Board of Education 2020 reorganization meeting. Please rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the Wall Township Board of Education meeting. It's a reorganization meeting for which adequate notice under the Open Public Meeting Act was provided by notice to the CoStar, Asbury Park Press, all Wall Township schools, Township Clerk's office, and a posting in the Board Administration office on December 5th, 2019. Okay, as this is the reorganization meeting, I will announce and also congratulate that the district received certification from the Monmouth County Clerk's office that Mr. Russell Gartz, Ralph Adnesio, and Joseph A. Hall Jr. were duly elected as members of the Wall Township Board of Education for full terms. And Mr. Andrew R. Krupa was duly elected as a member to the Wall Township Board of Education for a 2-year unexpired term. Congratulations. At this time, we're going to ask you to stand so that we can administer your oath of office by our Board Attorney, Mr. Michael Groves.
I, Ralph Adnesio, do solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same and to the governments established in the United States and this state under the authority of the people, so help me God. I, Ralph Adnesio, do solemnly swear that I possess the qualifications prescribed by law for the office of member of the Board of Education, and that I'm not disqualified as a voter pursuant to 19-4-1 or disqualified due to conviction of a crime or offense listed in NJSA 18A:12-1, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of that office according to the best of my ability, so help me God. Thank you.
Okay, this time I'll take a roll call. Mr. Adnesio.
Here.
Mr. Gartz.
Here.
Mr. Hall. Here. Mr. Krupa.
Here.
Ms. Mangan.
Here.
Mr. Nasser.
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo.
Here.
Mr. Wondrak, who has indicated that he'll be late this evening. Okay, next on the agenda, I'd like to take nominations for President of the Board of Education.
I would nominate Ralph Adnesio.
Second.
Are there any other nominations? Seeing none? Take a roll call. Mr. Adnesio.
Yes.
Mr. Gartz.
Yes.
Mr. Hall. Yes. Mr. Krupa.
Yes.
Ms. Mangan.
Yes.
Mr. Nasser.
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo.
Yes.
Congratulations.
That's probably true.
Thank you. At this time, we will take nominations for Vice President.
I'll nominate Mr. Sanfilippo.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Gartz,
Yes.
Mr. Hall. Yes. Mr. Krupa,
Yes.
Ms. Mangan,
Yes.
Mr. Nasser,
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo,
Yes.
Mr. Adenizio.
That is a tough decision, Chris. Yes. Thank you. Congratulations. All right. No.
Had it since last year.
Yes. Okay. All right, so at this time, we are going to move into interviews for the Board of Education member. If there's anybody that is interviewing for this position that's in the room, we would ask you to please leave the room so it's fair for everybody. Thank you.
Just go around again.
Well, we'll just go around. That's fine. So you get to go twice. Okay, so we'll go around. So if there's a question that you like that you want to ask or you submitted, then you can ask that one. So everybody just kind of keep track of what's been asked. And the other thing too is make sure the question that's asked, if you alter it a little bit, just jot it down so the same question is asked to everybody else. You know, we don't want to deviate from that, so it's fair for everyone. Okay, so our first person will be Ms. Stites. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for coming. So what we are going to do is we are going to go around and we're going to ask you 9 questions. Each board member is going to take one. We're going to go back to that, and questions are different this time than previous go-arounds. So, Mr. Hall.
I'm going to jump out of order and ask question number 2 is every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
So in terms of my community involvement, I was a member of Old Mill Holman School from 2011 till 2018. I served as a vice president for 1 year and a co-president for 3 years. I chaired numerous activities, including craft fairs and Spirit Wear and Bulldog 50/50s and every kind of fundraiser you could shake a stick at. In my time at Wall Intermediate School, we brought the Enchanted Nights Craft Fair, craft and gift market here, so I was involved in that. I've also done different fundraisers here at Wall Intermediate School, and I currently serve as the co-president of this PTO. I have a tremendous passion for the kids in this district. They are first and foremost my inspiration. I also feel incredibly grateful to the educators that we have in the district, and I've worked pretty hard to try to maintain a good communication with a lot of folks across the district. So I think I'm a good communicator, and I think I'm dedicated to the district. I've also worked with the Curriculum Technology Advisory Committee from 2017 until March of 2019, and I was just able to attend the Finance Advisory Committee. I've only made it to one of those meetings. I was only invited to one of those so far. In the event I don't get this position, I will, certainly keep my position at WISPTO, and will continue to try to help the district in any way I can. So I guess maybe my commitment to the district as a whole and my willingness to work hard are hopefully some skills that I bring to this school district.
What is your understanding of the role of the Board of Education and the role of a board member?
So my understanding is, and I am paraphrasing some of what I have read on the New Jersey School Board site as well as the Wall Township site, but the role of the Board of Education and the members that are on it are to review and create policy that help in the running the operation of the school districts. Those policies then act to help direct superintendents, and they also direct the Board of Education as they move forward in the business of operating the school district. At all times, the main goal and the main responsibility is to the students in the district, and that would certainly be my main responsibility as far as I'm concerned as well, because every policy that you execute can in fact impact the students in the district.
Ms. Stites, thank you for coming out tonight.
Sure.
With the current superintendent search in process, what would be the qualities that you would be looking for in the next superintendent in Wall?
I think it's certainly important that they have the educational background to run a K through 12 school district. I would like to find a leader that is dynamic and passionate about professional development of our educators. I would like to see a superintendent who is passionate about the students in the district. I would like to see a leader who encourages community involvement, because I think that the superintendent's a very important position. I don't think it's an easy position to have, but I'd like to see someone that is ready to get on board with Wall Township and continue moving us forward into this next decade.
Thank you.
Okay. Very simple one. What does success for the Wall Township schools look like to you?
Success for the Wall Township School District for me would be giving every child the opportunity to graduate from this school district prepared to become a successful member of this, our community. Community here, community in New Jersey, in the country, globally. I would like to see kids have the skills that they need to survive and thrive. I'd like to see them emotionally supported so that they're responsible, and that they know for themselves, that they can define for themselves what makes them successful members of a community. And I think we have a lot of opportunities to do that as a school district.
Good evening. I'm going to ask the question, what do you believe are a few of the most important issues facing our school system now and perhaps for the next 5 years? And how might you address them as a board?
In Wall Township specifically? I think we have several challenges. I think that we certainly need to move forward with some initiatives in curriculum. I think that takes money, and I think it's sometimes a challenge trying to meet those needs within a budget. I think that's probably always a challenge for any school district and any Board of Education. I would like to see Wall Township as a school district and as a community move forward in a positive manner. I would like to see cooperation between the community and the school district. I think that we face some challenges in terms of the infrastructure physically of our buildings and our facilities, that I'd like to see some improvement, and again, there's budgetary concerns there. So I think we've got challenges in a couple of different areas, but I think that certainly we're up to the task, and I think we can move forward in a positive way.
Thank you.
As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how will you respond? Please explain in detail.
So my understanding is that when community members approach a Board of Education member, you know, certainly as a Board of Education member, you cannot on your own make any kind of comments or actions, because the board functions as a group. But my understanding is that folks are supposed to be encouraged to approach the person closest to the issue, if you will. So if it's an issue where a parent wants to talk about a child, maybe, perhaps you direct them to the teacher. So my understanding is that the approach is that you're supposed to kind of direct folks to the person closest to the problem. And then those people within the district are supposed to follow a chain of command, if you will. My understanding is that if there are also big issues that are brought to your attention, you are also supposed to alert your fellow board members as well as the superintendent.
Good evening. Are you familiar with the time commitment expected of a board member in terms of meetings and preparation, and is that something they're able to meet?
Yes, so as I understand it now, I've looked at the schedule for the year ahead. I understand that we look like we've got at least 2 meetings a month scheduled. Obviously, something as dynamic as a school district, I'm sure, has plenty of other opportunities to need to kind of sit down and do your weekly study on your Friday packets and things like that. I did mention in my letter, certainly I will make every effort to attend all of these meetings. I do have an interesting kind of schedule with my job where some of my shifts go till 8 o'clock at night. So certainly I will do my best to try to schedule off those days. I cannot tell you that I will be at 100% of the meetings, but I will do everything I can to get there. Certainly as a member of the PTOs all these years, we spend many, many, many hours, day in and day out, working on behalf of the school. So I'll be transitioning my time, if I'm selected, to the Board of Education.
Thank you.
Confidentiality is an essential component of our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you're in a discussion with a member of the community and they are seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session? I think it's kind of similar to the other one, but slightly different.
Well, I think that the simplest answer to that is that's privileged information, and I'm not able to discuss that. That's pretty cut and dry, that one. Sure. Oh, good.
What do you see as the strengths of the school district, and what do you see as the areas needing most improvement in the school district?
There is no question that we have a tremendous wealth in this district of committed parents and supportive community members. We have tremendously talented educators and staff who have continued to put forth their best effort, regardless of what other issues have been going on in the district. Obviously, our students are phenomenal, and they're at the heart of the district, but we've got staff and surrounding community that I think are ready, willing, and able to support the district. I do think that there have been times in past years, perhaps, that maybe communication has not been what I would hope. I think that members of the public have been frustrated by what they perceive to be an inability to contact and communicate freely with the board. I think that there have been problems within the district, maybe within the framework itself of staff and administrators and leadership, some communication issues there that have been detrimental. And I'm hoping that we are in a position to maybe recognize some of the things that haven't worked in practices and maybe have caused some strife and maybe move past them, make some changes, make some adjustments, and move forward because our district deserves it.
Thank you. That's all the questions. So what we will do is we're going to continue. We're going to ask everybody else the same questions, and then we will go into executive session, talk about it, and hopefully come out with a decision. So we'd ask if you could stay around, but please stay outside the room until everybody's done.
Sure. Thanks for
Appreciate it.
your
Thank you.
time, and I wish you guys all the best of luck, regardless of who you pick. I'll continue to be here and part of the district, so take
Thank you.
care.
Ken, so do you want to do question number 4 when it comes around? Because that was Joe's, and then Joe, you'll do question 7 again. You'll just slide back one. Oh, who was number? Oh, oh, you want to do it that way? Oh, I just figured, okay, that's fine. Okay, never mind then. I wrote everybody's name down. I know exactly what everybody asked. Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. Yes, we're ready. What? Or, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for coming again.
You're very welcome.
What we're going to do is the same thing we did for the last person. We are going to ask you 9 new questions. Everybody's going to take a chance to ask you a question. And then at the very end, once we're done, we will go into executive session, discuss it, and then we will come out and hopefully have a decision this evening. And in the meantime, we just ask you to stay and, please wait in the hall while other people are being interviewed. So with that, Mr. Sanfilippo.
Hi, Ms. Sullivan, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Thank you for coming out. With the current superintendent search in progress, what would be the qualities that you would be looking for in the next superintendent in Wall?
The most important quality that I want to see is someone who really cares about students. And it's not just academics, it's social emotional development that I feel is very crucial because that all plays into academics. Someone where their main focus is on the kids and not so much the bottom line, within reason. I feel that's very, very important. We need someone that really cares about the kids because we live in a community where parents and community leaders and everyone involved in these kids' lives really care about them, and I feel that's very, very important. And we've had that in past with superintendents, and I feel very strongly we need to continue that.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So what does success for the Wall Township Schools look like to you?
Success for the Wall Township Schools, for me, looks like this. We want students, obviously our goal is to have high academic standards, but I also want kids to feel that they are appreciated, respected, loved, and have a very diverse, well-rounded experience in school. That I think is very, very important, that we need to keep continuing. So, and Wall Township over the years, because I've heard many, many, many positive things from parents and students over the years of how well things are in the school district. My local elementary school, because I live in Secret Estates, I've heard nothing but great things with the staff, and the students really love going there. So that's really important. Kids who feel loved and appreciated and are in a very caring school environment, and we need to continue that. Okay, this is a very important issue that I have, unfortunately, have seen on Facebook, where people have brought up the bullying issue, which is something that is very near and dear to my heart. We live in a wonderful community. I feel very strongly that that's something that does need to be addressed for the students that does affect, because that's a very bad ripple effect. And it's been a little very heartbreaking for me to read some of the parents' comments. I don't know quite, like, you're just seeing what some people have commented, so you don't know all the backstory. But if there are things that are severe enough where parents are mentioning that on Facebook, that definitely needs to be addressed. The other thing is, obviously, the trailers have been brought up a few times. I don't know enough of the details because obviously I'm not on the board currently, but that as a public forum thing, I think needs to be addressed as well. But I do have to state, even though there's issues and there's issues everywhere, I just have found that Wall Township really, over the long course that I've been here for 20 years, people really do care about the kids. And I just have to say that I think for most of the part that's true, but any of these really important issues that we need to address. You're welcome.
What do you see as the strengths of the school district? And what do you see as the areas needing most improvement?
Wall Township, luckily, is an area where kids have more advantages than other areas. They come from homes where they're well supported, well loved. They have very good nutritional and backgrounds that kind of help them succeed. So we have students that come in with a better advantage than, say, other areas where they don't have that. So overall, I would say that there's many, many strengths because of the background of where the kids come from. I used to work in Camden, and I can tell you there's quite a difference where kids who don't have enough to eat or worry about, am I going to be shot on the way home from school? Very, very different from Wall Township, where they live in nice homes and it's a totally different environment. I really think we need to address the bullying issue, because if we have even one student who feels like they're under attack every day, it is not a good situation. And unfortunately, as we have found with statistics and what has happened over time, there's been kids that have not done well with that. So if that is an issue, even with one child, that is something that I think really needs to address, because it affects kids emotionally, socially, and also with academics. And studies have shown that. You're welcome.
As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how will you respond? Please explain in detail.
That is a very important issue, because you have to understand where people are coming from, because these are their children. They're vested, and they, it's a good thing when they bring up things that they're concerned about. I've always acknowledged that you need to take the time to listen, but there also has to be a boundary. People have to respect you like you have to respect them. So if there are any concerns, it has to be in the right forum. I'm also very much about, like, if you need to let me know something, or if you're very concerned about it, yes, I will listen to you, but I will also fully expect for there to be boundaries that are fair and work with everyone. Now, granted, you might come across some people that may not always be reasonable, but I feel a professional, caring approach is the best way to do that, to kind of diffuse if there's a difficult situation. You're welcome.
Good evening. Are you familiar with the time commitment expected of a board member for the meetings in terms of preparation as well, and are you able to meet that commitment?
Yes, I am aware of the time commitment that is needed for this. and I fully am committed to the Wall Township School District and the Wall Township Board of Education. It's very important to me. Hi.
Thanks for coming out. Every board member brings strengths and ideas, every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
Okay, so I have been a teacher for MOESC since 2007. I've worked in different, I actually work in non-public schools, so I have a lot of experience working with different types of cultures, communities, and working with all different types of students and students' backgrounds. I also in college and later on I've done more like student government, which I loved. I actually missed doing those type of things. And when I was in one of the colleges, you had to go around and get 150 signatures with social security numbers, which is not an easy thing to do. I don't know why they asked for that, but to be on the board, you had to do that, and you had to have a rigorous campaign. So I have always been very detailed-oriented, very caring, and tried to do what was best for all parties. So those are some of my strengths that I bring. I'm also currently on the Wall Alliance, which I love, preventing drugs and alcohol abuse among students. I've been on that for about 3 years and absolutely love it. The other members of the committee have been absolutely fantastic, and it just has proven to me how caring the Wall Township schools are with kids, of letting them participate in project graduation and providing that as a resource. And Wall Township, not just Wall Township schools, but Wall Township as a town as a whole. You're welcome.
What is your understanding of the role of the Board of Education and the role of a board member?
This would be the first time that I'm actually on a board of ed. So more of my experience has been with student government, but my understanding is you have meetings to discuss things that have come up, not just financially, but concerns about the students, the academics, if things need to be changed, if there needs to be, like, working with the teachers on their contracts with the unions, pretty much that anything happens within the school district that needs to be decided on. I know that there is a strategic plan that they're currently working on, and it's a very exciting time for Wall Township.
And the last question. Confidentiality is an essential component for our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you were in a discussion with a member of the community and they were seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session?
That is a very good question, because I'm sure that has been an issue over the years, but that's something I feel extremely strong about. Anything that's confidential needs to remain confidential, and there's no wiggle room with that. I've had to deal with that many times in my teaching career, where people want to know things that are none of their business. And again, you have to remain professional, you have to remain gracious, but you cannot disclose any information in regards to that. And if somebody really was getting a little out of sorts, or I thought was inappropriate, I would say we can't discuss that and kind of change the direction of it. Because I'm sure there's been times where people want to know, but it's not happening. Because I deal with students all the time. They have IEPs. If people have questions, you can't disclose things, and if people get upset, that's their issue, not anyone else's. So confidentiality is a very, very important thing. And with the executive sessions, There's no dialogue or room for anything but the stays private.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So again, the process will be, we'll interview everybody, and then we'll have executive session, and we'll come out and hopefully make a decision.
Okay, thank you very
Thank you.
much.
We appreciate
Thank you for letting me interview again.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
What we told everybody else is what we're going to do is we are going to ask 9 new questions that we've asked everybody else. Everybody's going to take a turn asking you a question, and at the end, we're going to go into executive session, discuss everybody, and hopefully come out and have a decision. So we ask that you stay around after executive session. So I will be starting. What does success for the Wall Township Schools look like to you?
Starting with hiring a new superintendent, getting the process going of having the community involved and what they're looking for in the next superintendent. I was at the last 2 searches, so I've been involved in those. I think that's going to be the most important topic right now, and I think you've got to get the community involved. Hiring the superintendent is number 1. I would say when you're looking at the budget, you have to look at actual figures. And the problem I always see every year is you always base your numbers based on projections. So instead of looking at what we actually spent on the gas bills and the electric bills and projecting how much they're going to be, you looked at what you projected they were, and you don't even look into account what they actually were. And getting bids for everything. I hear over and over again, well, we didn't have to get bids for that. We got quotes. We're talking about a $77 million budget. We're not talking about a PTO, Girl Scout troop, Boy Scout troop. We're talking about a $77 million budget right now, funded with tax dollars, the majority of it. And you've got to bid out everything. And right now, I don't see that happening. And I would like to see budget binders, have the budget meetings and have budget binders. I've been to other towns where they do that, and they let people see the pages. Here in Wall, every year it's the same thing. You never let anybody see the pages until it's approved by Lester Richens, and that's too late. So you've really got to get the community involved. You've lost so much faith in the community, and it's been 8 years, and you still don't have it back. So last time I thought my first meetings was in 2011 when my son went to the 1st grade. It was actually 2010 I started going to meetings. So now it's been a decade. So I've gone through 10 budget presentations, and we have got to do better. The taxpayers can't afford it anymore.
What do you see as the strengths of the district, and what areas do you see as needing improvement?
The strengths, I would say, would be the teaching staff. That would be the number 1 strength. My son has gone through the elementary school, intermediate school, and the high school. And he's had good experiences all around. Music program is phenomenal. I would say that's one of our strengths. The theater program, a big strength. And I think you need to make more focus of that in the district. So you want to be a fine arts academy, but you don't want to fund what you need to fund for fine arts. So all these kids that got into this great program, the district is only funding $10,000 when it costs $14,500. So, you know, all the money that I see wasted here with lawsuits, you should go back and pay that extra money for those students that got into these great programs. We spent a lot on all the sports programs, and the sports programs are great, but you're never going to get to your potential for the arts if you keep nickel and diming that and not giving it the money it deserves.
Thank you.
As a board member, people from the community approach you with concerns on a daily basis. When approached, how would you respond? And please explain in detail.
I'm approached almost on a daily basis when I go through town. I get stopped in the supermarket, Starbucks. People text me, call me, get information to me. People say, you know, we need to do better. We need to be more cost conscious. We have to put the children first. Right now, the kids are not first. There's no way they are. We got to get out of this circle of lawsuits. And everything is handled in the back, and everybody thinks, you know, what's going on? You can't tell us what's going on. Just like the Central School trailers, that's been since August. You were supposed to hire somebody, you never did. You know, people say, what's going on? What's going on? So that's a huge problem you have. I get asked questions all the time. What do you think about this? What do you think about that? We got to start doing better.
Good evening. Are you familiar with the time commitment expected of board members as well as preparation, and are you able to meet that commitment?
I sure am. I'm here at every meeting. I've been here for 10 years. I probably have more time in than all 9 of you combined. 8 of you combined, I'm sorry. So I know the time commitment. I download the agenda every Friday. I go through it. And then we seem to have 2 or 3 more agendas throughout Monday and Tuesday. I look through those. I come here with questions, and they never actually get answered, whether I put them in writing, whether I say them here. So I'm very familiar with the time commitment.
Good evening, Ms. Cross. With the current superintendent search in progress, what would be the qualities that you would look for in the next superintendent?
One that has a great working experience with the teachers. Right now, I don't see that. When Ms. Dyer got hired, I had, you know, high hopes. Wasn't involved in the process, although I think there were a couple community members involved, and that might be something you do want to look at. I know other towns do that. They have 2 or 3 people from the community also involved in the interview process. Right now, we don't really. I think there's such a disconnect between the superintendent and the community. I mean, if I send in questions, it's pretty much the same thing. I don't get a return, no matter who I send it to here. So, I mean, that has to change. And we got to get all on the same page. We got to get the computer system the same at the intermediate school as it is in the high school. The folders all set up when you come in on the first day of school. You know, there's too much of a disconnect. I think you need to have more community involvement and have parents set up. If you want to, let's have a group look at solar panels. Let's have a group look at something to do with finance and facilities. I think Mike Monahan's doing a good job. I like what I see in the agendas right now. But you've really got to get the superintendent working well with the community and the teachers, because right now we are so far gone.
Every board member brings different strengths and ideas to the board. What are yours, and how does your community involvement experience benefit the district?
I mean, I don't think the community involvement is such a big thing other than going to the meetings, which is what I do. You know, that's what you need to do. I mean, we've had so many people run, and we have one prior board member sitting in this room right now. We've had 20 people resign, at least, since I've been coming to meetings, and they never come back. I'm a good numbers person. I have my Bachelor of Science in Business Administration, a concentration in finance, so I'm good at looking at the numbers. I like looking at the numbers. I looked at your health insurance. I've shown the district a lot of problems they have, and I'm going to keep showing you. So even if you don't pick me tonight, I will continue to be here.
Hi, Ms. Cross. Thank you for coming out tonight. Confidentiality is an essential component for our executive sessions. How would you handle a situation in which you're in a discussion with a member of the community and they are seeking information that may have been discussed during an executive session?
It would actually be none of their business, and I don't think anybody would even ask me that question because then I wouldn't give it to them. So they know don't come to me.
Okay. What is your understanding of the role of the Board of Education and the role of a board member?
Hiring the superintendent, spending the money wisely, getting the district run as best as it possibly can. Right now, you know, the 77 million it's like monopoly money. And this latest lawsuit with over the yearbook issue just kills me because it shouldn't have happened. And I wrote it in right after and said, you know, you can't have the superintendent do the investigation. We're going to get sued, and that's exactly what happened. So I've been doing this too long. Usually when I look at something and say it actually comes true. So that's why I think it'd be a good fit on the board. You got so many important issues coming up right now that we can't make a mistake on this hiring the next superintendent.
Okay. Well, thank you. So what we're going to do now is go into executive session, and then we will come out. Could I have a motion to go into executive session for the discussion of a new board member?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor? We should be... about a half hour. Time, we're going to reconvene the meeting. Mr. Smythe, a roll call, please.
Mr. Gartz?
Here.
Mr. Hall? Here. Mr. Krupa?
Here.
Ms. Mangan?
Here.
Mr. Nasser?
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak? Mr. Adenizio?
Here. All right. At this time, I will take a nomination for the vacant seat.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Christine Stites to join the Board of Education to fulfill the open seat.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other nominations? Seeing none, Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Gartz?
Yes.
Mr. Hall? Yes. Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Ms. Mangan?
Yes.
Mr. Nasser?
Yes.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Mr. Adenizio?
Yes. Ms. Stites? Yes. And I'd like to thank Ms. Sullivan and Ms. Cross for also putting their names in and interviewing for this seat. It was a tough choice, and we thank you for doing that. Mr. Smythe, roll call, please.
Mr. Gartz?
Here. Still.
Mr. Hall? Here. Mr. Krupa?
Here.
Ms. Mangan?
Here.
Mr. Nasser?
Here.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Here.
Mr. Wondrak? Oh, sorry. Ms. Stites? Here. Mr. Adenizio?
Here. Thank you. Welcome. So at this time, the board, we are going to read the board, school board member code of ethics from the State of New Jersey Department of Education. So what we'll do is we'll just go around and start. So I'll give everybody a time. I'll start and we'll go around. All right? Christine, you have that? You know? Okay. All right, I will start. A school board member shall abide by the following code of ethics for school board members. A, I will uphold and enforce all laws, rules, and regulations of the State Board of Education and court orders pertaining to schools. Desired changes shall be brought about only through legal and ethical procedures.
B, I will make decisions in terms of educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools that meet the individual needs of all children, regardless of their ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing.
C, I will confine my board action to policy making, planning, and appraisal, and I will help frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them.
D, I will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well-run.
I will refuse to surrender my independent judgment to special interests or partisan political groups, or to use the schools for personal gain or for the gain of friends.
G, I will hold confidential all matters pertaining to the schools which, if disclosed, would needlessly injure individuals or the schools. In all other matters, I will provide accurate information and, in concert with my fellow board members, interpret to the staff the aspirations of the community for its school.
H, I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the Chief Administrative Officer.
I will support and protect school personnel in proper performance of their duties.
And J, I will refer all complaints to the Chief Administrative Officer and will act on the complaints at public meetings only after failure of an administrative solution.
Okay. All right, committee time. Policy is up first.
Good evening, everyone. There are no policies for first reading or second reading this month. However, there were 3 policies that board members had asked to discuss, and they were provided to you in your packet. I also added this evening for discussion bylaw 0155, which is the policy on meetings, just to get some direction from the board or a public recommendation with regard to whether or not you are going to continue to operate as a committee of the whole or go back to the committee structure that is outlined in policy. So if you could just, perhaps you have a recommendation with regard to that right away, and we can just move on.
How does everybody feel about continuing as a committee of the whole? I'm in favor of it.
I like it.
Yeah, I'm in.
Joe?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Christine? Good? Yes? Yep.
I think given the newness of most of the board members, that it would be prudent to do this for a while, and then we can always revisit, and maybe if it's allowable, I don't know, at some point when we feel comfortable, separate out. I think it's important that we support, the majority of us are new, under 6 months.
Absolutely. And the one thing we will do now with the start of the new year is we will have, I'll send out, with the superintendent's help, a listing. So everybody will be assigned to a specific committee. So if there's ever a need for a curriculum to have a separate meeting for something, there will be people assigned to that, where if we don't, for whatever reason, we don't have it as a committee of the whole 1 month, or something else comes up and we need to do something. So we will have people assigned to individual committees, but we will continue in this fashion until some point it doesn't make sense anymore, or we continue because it works well. So we'll do that.
Okay. So that being said, we will probably be able to give you a calendar of meetings this evening, or discuss that one that was presented to you as a draft, so that we can advertise the meetings for the remainder of the year. You know, the pattern of the second and fourth Tuesday of every month seems to be working for everyone. There are a couple of months where that does not work. For example, in October, the week that would be a meeting was the same week as school board's convention. So there was an adjustment made in the draft that you were given to account for that. Also, in May, by administrative code, staff members need to be notified by May 15th of their renewal status for the coming year. And the way the meeting in May fell, it was after May 15th, so we bumped it up to May 12th, so that we don't have any miscommunication with regard to the renewal of staff members for the coming year. So those are two in particular that came to mind. Mr. Smythe and I also looked at the anticipated district calendar for next year, because we don't have an approved school calendar yet. You won't do that until the business meeting at the end of January, but we know when the holidays are, so we can sort of anticipate when spring break will be and when the December break will be. So those were all taken into consideration in the formulation of this draft calendar. Okay? So later this evening, if you're okay with that, one of the board members can make a motion to approve this draft calendar as the calendar for board meetings for next year, and then we'll be able to duly advertise it. All good?
Ms. Dyer, just a question that either you or Brian can answer. What is the time frame if we had to adjust an August meeting or some other meeting in the future? How much time do we need to?
We need to give 48 hours notice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So the two policies that we have on are conflict of interest and the school district hiring procedures. So start with 3214.
So
Okay.
3214 and 4214 are basically the same, so I'm assuming that any recommendation for change that you have would be applicable to both,
Yes.
right? And so do you have a recommendation?
I do have a recommendation. So if we look at 4214, over the break, I researched different districts' policies in regards to gift giving to staff members or personnel, and thought we could word our policy better to better fit the needs of our district. My suggestion would be to omit section from the board education discourages the presentation of gifts to support staff members by pupils and their parents. That paragraph, the line where it says the board directs the support staff members to instruct their pupils, that paragraph, take that line out. Omit the support staff members may receive gifts by only nominal value, because I think that was a discussion that we had before at the previous meeting, the definition of that word. Omit the superintendent may approve an act or gift of appreciation, that line. And then I was hoping to add in, there was Ashe County Board of Education Policy Manual that I thought their wording was very appropriate. It states, students and parents who want to show appreciation for efforts of employees should do so through oral or written expressions of gratitude rather than through gifts. However, employees may accept small tokens of goodwill from students, parents, or community members for the holidays, special occasions, or exceptional occasions. Employees should ensure that no student is embarrassed or otherwise mistreated because of his or her inability or unwillingness to participate in this gift giving. No employee shall compromise his or her position by accepting gifts, from individuals or special interest groups within the community when such gifts are intended to influence the business of the school or the school district. I really felt that this kind of gave an opportunity for people like me who want to show appreciation to the teachers and bus drivers and support personnel who, you know, take care of our kids when they're in school all day long. And so then I don't feel like I'm breaking a policy as I'm sitting up here. And so I can still provide to show my appreciation to people. And I just feel like it kind of fits our district at this point. What do you guys think? Any comments or suggestions?
Can I understand your suggestion, just to
Yes.
make sure that everybody else does?
Mm-hmm.
So I've numbered the paragraphs just
Yes.
to keep track of them.
Okay.
So paragraph 5 starts, "The Board of Education
Yes.
discourages."
Yes.
And so your recommendation is to eliminate paragraphs 5, 6, 7, and 8?
Yes.
And add the paragraph that you read out loud?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other recommendations or discussion on Ms. Mangan's recommendation?
No, I read it 3 times, and I thought it was good. I think it gives the flavor that was needed for this particular policy. Because unfortunately, we said it last month, policies are black and white and somewhat cold, so at least it kind of maybe gives it a little more heart.
Anybody else?
I think it's nice because I think it also covers, like you said, the holidays and special occasions and special achievements and different things like that. So it really does, you know, fit all the touch points in terms of, you know, when a teacher or other staff members or, you know, might, you know, have something if you have a birthday or whatever
Right.
it is. So, so that way it's not just phrased right around the holidays or something like that as well.
I don't have any issues with the edits. I think the most important piece going forward with this and maybe some other policies is their use and distribution, and how do we alert people that they're in existence. I think a one-time type of communication obviously doesn't satisfy anybody's need. People are going to go around whatever we write. We know that. So how do we get a wider group of people to help pass this message around, PTAs referring to it, and principals, and not just the superintendent at a time of holiday? So how does it become a little bit more on the tip of people's tongues, as opposed to maybe something that's only referred to in certain, you know, unique situations?
So this particular policy, or are you just talking about all policies
Well, I
in
think
general?
this policy, because it's
Okay.
kind of current in our face about what arose, you know, at previous meetings, but I think as many policies as we can, kind of just continually to address that we have policies and that there are rules and regulations that are, you know, our staffers are expected to follow, as well as the parents are asked to follow, just to help quell the, you know, the suddenness of some of the things that occurred in this go-round. And I don't know that we can do it in the way we would like to. I'm just suggesting that that's something we should try, to broaden our communication of it.
Maybe a suggestion would be maybe a link on our website where maybe it addresses, you know, certain issues where, you know, holidays, and maybe in there you could put policies that, something like this that pertains to holidays, and then maybe something that pertains to, I can't think of anything else, but, you know, maybe a section on the website where people can go where there's certain topics that like a holiday, where they can click on it and read the holiday policy, and then, you know, whatever else comes up that would be something that would be more on people's minds and maybe affect like a day-to-day type thing. Not every day, but, you know, different times of the year, like birthdays or something like that.
So perhaps, you know, talking to the principals or the PTA presidents or other people that are in touch with the daily operation of schools to find out maybe, do we have an FAQ kind of on our website of the most frequently, you know, requested policies? We have how many policies? God knows how many. We can't obviously refer to all of them. So what are do we have a hot list of policies that we want to make people aware of? I don't know. I'm just suggesting we have to do a better job of communicating some of the more used ones, in my opinion. That's all I'm saying.
We do, and they're in the parent portal, and actually parents need to check off that they've reviewed them every year before they can access their child's schedule,
Right.
things like that. So some of these policies are included there. I would also have to double-check the student and parent handbooks in the schools, but I think that this is one of those policies that's also referred to in the parent handbook. So, certainly people need to read all that information in order to
True.
know it.
Yeah, there's definitely user.
Well,
Poss-
so the question would be,
participation.
is it referred to saying, go look at policy, 3214, or is it actually the policy in there? Is it, because that would make a big difference sometimes.
I can check, but
Okay.
they're also, those handbooks are available on the website, so we can look that up for
Okay.
you.
Yeah, even if it was just like a one-pager that went out, like something that highlighted that specifically, like, in maybe next year as the new school year comes through, or, maybe for a couple of years so that people, become familiarized with, the new policy.
Okay, so it sounds like you're all in agreement with those changes for 4214 and 3214, so those will come forward for first reading at the September 28th, at the January 28th board meeting. The other policy that you had asked to review was 4100, school district standard hiring procedures for support staff. So is there any discussion on that policy or recommendations for change?
So, letter C, number 1, my impetus for reviewing this policy stemmed from the hiring of our facilities director and reviewing the policy and understanding what C1 says, that the superintendent determines the relevant administrators to review resumes and applications. And I think it's important in certain positions, and I don't know how to word it, so I'll be candid about that, that certain positions that touch a broad swath of our district, like a facilities director, like a transportation director, or other more district-wide positions, should include a wider swath of interviewees and resume reviewers. I don't think it should just be administrators. I think it should possibly be, district administrators, building administrators, and perhaps a few others. And I don't know the exact way we should write it, but I think one of the missteps in our recent hire was a lack of broadness in who got to review and interview the candidate. So I think that's something I would like this group to address and, talk about.
So would your suggestion be to list in here specifically who should make up a hiring committee for screening?
Well, I think the superintendent ultimately has to decide, but I think the policy can allude to the fact that for those positions of transportation, facilities, and there might be another one, maybe it's even dining services, I'm not sure. I think there were 3 that were broader than just a support staff position at a specific school, which obviously you don't need district-wide review of. So I think we'd have to take another step, maybe another review of this policy to see which positions apply, and then outline them differently. A support staff classroom aide obviously doesn't need the same review as a director of facilities for a $5 million piece of a $76 million budget. That's my feeling on this. And so where do we draw the line as to what level of review do the different classes of hire get? Because I think it's inappropriate to only have senior level administration review a position where like Adam at his district is going to interact with principals and teachers and other people at a variety of ways.
Can I
Yeah,
make
go
a
for it.
suggestion? Where it says a screening team comprised of relevant administrators as determined by the superintendent will review all resumes and/or applications for the position. It's just relevant employees. Because, part of putting the policy together and part of the challenges in trying to exercise it as an employee is we make it too tight.
Right.
It removes some of the leeway that the staff is going to have to actually, put into action.
So you'd like to take administrators out and substitute staff members?
Relevant district
Employees.
personnel. Relevant district personnel.
How about subject matter experts?
Well, I don't necessarily
No,
think
yeah.
you have to be an expert in facilities necessarily to be part of the interview process, because you certainly could have a building principal who understands their building and the needs and have a conversation with someone interviewing to see if their philosophy would kind of encompass what their building is, trying to achieve. So I don't necessarily saying someone's that specific is necessary.
We're looking for a more 360-degree process for interviews, per se.
Yeah, I
Not
think
just
it's
above,
important to have
below,
interviewees and people reviewing resumes that will interact with the position that we're looking to hire for. And so with each
Yeah.
position, it might swell from 3 people to 7 people, or 2 people to 6 people, and it might be sometimes teachers, it might not be. So I don't know that we can, and maybe we don't have to do it tonight, but maybe we have to look a little deeper for the next meeting to figure out how do we want to word that, if we agree with what I'm saying. That's my opinion. I'm just throwing it out there for us to discuss. Do we think it's important to have a cross-reference of various staff to assess the candidate pool as well as the candidates?
Okay.
Yeah,
Mr.
I
President.
agree with Russell, because you're right. I mean, reading the policy, you're talking about relevant administrators, which if you're following a policy, that would exclude anybody other than administrator. And we all agree that there are times when other folks might be somebody that you would want to get their opinion on. And based on the policy, we can't do that. So how we reword that to make it, and actually encourage, the next superintendent that we have, if they just read this policy, it would be like, oh, okay, I can just pick anybody I want, relevant, that I want to do. So I think not only that, but we want to make sure that they understand that we're putting it in that district personnel, but we're also encouraging them to broaden their scope of people that would sit in on an interview. I think that's kind of what we're trying to get at.
Absolutely. Right. Mr. Krupa?
To answer your question, Russell, I do agree that if there is a position that is central to the district, that it does meet in terms of servicing the different buildings, if you will, administrators in the central office. Yes, I do think we should be looking at this. I'm looking at this with fresh eyes right now. So my head is spinning just from the amount of paper that we're looking at with regards to this policy. There's a lot in here, and there's probably legalities that have to be considered in terms of the wording. But in terms of spirit, yes, I agree with what you're saying.
Okay, Chris.
And
So do you
I
want
would
to,
like
we
us
can
to-
bring it back in February with a recommendation for some specific language. Board members can certainly email me with some suggestions, and it won't come back for first reading then until February, but I don't think that there's any immediacy related to this particular policy that you need to rush through it this evening. Okay?
And just one last point. So I think that we need to, I guess, come forth with an understanding of whether we're going to specifically put jobs in here, you know what I mean, as opposed to keeping it broad. So do we want to also be able to identify the positions within the district that, that have them specifically and name them on the policy, as opposed to keeping it broad?
We can put language in that encourages the interviewing administrator or whoever's in charge of the hiring process to follow a more inclusive process. And, it's not a bad procedure. There's some words we could change around, but add a paragraph within the hiring process, whether it's the review of applications or the interview itself, where do we want to see specifically more interaction in that sense?
I agree. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss it, and to Cheryl's point, I think we can take it back, bring it back the next meeting, and go forward from there.
All right, if you're going to send suggestions, I would encourage you then to also look at D2, which refers to the interview team, not just the folks who participate in the screening of resumes, because you might have some suggestions with regard to that section of the policy as well.
I have a question. Under the screening of candidates, number 2, courtesy interviews, to me, that kind of just, that wording seems like you're just giving interviews to everybody as a courtesy, which isn't correct, right?
Well, if on the next page, where it continues, courtesy interview is not permitted. So, you know, sometimes you have an individual who encourages the superintendent to interview a friend of theirs, even though they don't have the qualifications. That would be considered a courtesy interview. Can you at least give them an interview so that they get practice in an interview? And we're saying we're not permitted to do that. We're not interviewing people who don't have the
Okay.
qualifications for a particular job.
Sorry, I missed
Right.
that paragraph. Okay, gotcha.
So if I could just say one more thing in reference to Cheryl's reference of D2, which I think is a good point. I think, again, just to be upfront and clear, you know, my impetus is to review this because it says the interview team will be comprised of the principal or hiring administrator and invited staff members as deemed appropriate by the principal or hiring administrator. And that leads to the problem that they might deem nobody, and it's an isolated interview process, which is really what I'm trying to get at, that the interview process and the resume review should be a broader swath of people. So I just want to make that clear.
So in thinking about that, maybe there should be a minimum number of people that are part of the interview process. And maybe no more from one particular class, like no more than 2 administrators. You know, maybe that would be a compromise to break it up and get that diversity we're talking about.
Perhaps, yep.
That would bring me back to Chris's point, and I think one that Russ raised earlier, like if you're hiring, you know, under the category of support staff, you would also have an individual who would apply to be a playground paraprofessional. Right. So how many people do you really need involved in that process? And that's different from your point about if this is a support staff position that does have a wider range and an individual who interacts with more people, you just want that to be clear in the policy that you expect more inclusivity and a more global approach to the interview process for those individuals, okay? Because if I'm a principal hiring a paraprofessional as a hall monitor, you know, I might just need myself and an assistant principal and maybe another paraprofessional to be involved in the process. I don't necessarily need, you know, a minimum of 5 people on the interview committee, right? So we don't want to pigeonhole people into a process that would become overly cumbersome and
Agreed.
unnecessary for the position. Okay,
I-
so support staff is really pretty broad.
I agree with
Okay.
that, and that's something that we have to address to make sure that we're not wasting our time with too many interviews and too many people, for sure.
Right, and I think the thought process would be for those, maybe those 3 positions you were talking about, because that are more global with everybody in the district. You know, maybe when you get into the building level, that's a whole different category that maybe what's in here now is just fine. But we're talking about the last set of interviews, and really how it happened the second time was kind of what you were looking for the first time.
And just to clarify, the 3 positions that I mentioned, maybe there's more, but is the difference in the support staff and faculty, is it certificate?
Yes.
But is there not needs for certificates to be the director of facilities, boilers, and other certifications that would qualify them for a different level of review on the interview process that doesn't put them in this class, but puts them in the other class? Or is it always education is one side and that's
more of
generally how it works?
That's more of an outlier.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's not the norm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so that was it on policy. Thank you. Unless, if you have other policies that you want on next month's agenda for discussion, like, you know, let us know.
Okay. Up next, Dr. Gleason. Happy New Year, welcome. And Dr. York.
Happy New Year to everyone, and I'd also like to say congratulations to all our newly sworn-in board members. I'm going to have Dr. York lead the first agenda item, which is an update on where we are with the Visual and Performing Arts Academy. So I'm going to turn this over to you, Dr. York.
Good evening, and thank you so much for your time. And I'm going to pass out a bunch of different papers just for you to take a look at in your leisure. I have my talking points that I'll briefly, if everyone just wants to take one and pass down, I'll start that. So we have accomplished a lot in a short period of time. Last year, we began the investigation as to should we run visual and performing arts, and it was found that yes, we should. And so this year we officially launched our first major, which is the music major. We have 11 students who are currently participating in that major. The majority of those students are freshmen. We do have 2 sophomores who elected to start in the program. They have successfully participated in several master classes. One was given by a performing artist who is a professional opera singer in Germany. We had a panel of professional music business people come and speak with the students about how to build a music business. They've gone on a field trip to the Two Rivers Theater, and they're slated to go to the New York Philharmonic. So those are all wonderful developments that were part of the vision last year and now are actually being lived out. And just to tout some of the achievements of our students, 2 of our freshman violin VPA students achieved All Shore Orchestra membership, which is it's a competitive placement with several different counties involved. So that's a big achievement for our students. As we prepare for the second year, we are going to basically do what we started with last year. So we have an application packet that is live online. I have copies here. If you'd like, I can pass those around too. It's pretty much the same as last year, just the dates have changed. The students will apply, they will have a live audition, and then the faculty will admit them. So to get the word out and to continue to let people know that we have this wonderful academy for our students, I presented at the Academies Night in October. We did have several families come and speak to me afterwards at the breakout session. We also had each 8th grade ensemble group from the middle school go to the high school and sit and do a joint rehearsal with their peers. So we had 8th grade orchestra members come and sit and play with the high school orchestra. Similarly, 8th grade band students go play with the high school wind ensemble, and then respectively the chorus come and participate with the high school chorus. So that was a nice bridging activity to get our 8th grade students ready and to also see, how VPA students interact with the general classroom students and the cohesive nature of both programs. And then I will present again about both the music program and developments of the art program at our upcoming academic planning night. So then the big push this year was to expand our existing VPA program with a visual arts program. And so we began by surveying our current 8th grade students as well as our community members. We had very positive feedback from both the 8th graders as well as the parents. Parents in particular stating, majority stating that if their student were interested in pursuing, there was 2 questions, either arts careers, they would be supportive if they wanted to be part of the VPA or pursue arts further in their education. They would equally be pleased to support that decision. Then we hosted 2 advisory board committee meetings with a very diverse stakeholder group. We have middle school students, we have middle school teachers, high school teachers, we have the middle school and high school principals, we have Dr. Gleason, myself, we had Mr. Adonisio participate in those boards, as well as community stake members, a member of the Monmouth Museum of Art and the Belmar Arts Council, to try to broaden our understanding of professional visual arts and where those education pieces eventually end up in the community as well as in careers. So following that, we also held one intensive curriculum development summit with our high school art team as well as Mr. Ryan from the middle school, and they, together collaboratively with me, came up with 3 possible major pathways for the visual arts. And that was done by looking at other school districts, what they have been doing, particularly model art schools from around the state, and also looking at our present academic offerings. So after we developed 3 proposed pathways, we shared them with the committee as a whole, the whole advisory committee, and then the committee itself kind of hashed through everything and found that 2 of the teachers' proposals were viable right now because they incorporated majority or almost exclusively programs that we already have in place, and we're just putting them into a scope and sequence that enables the students to have a more extensive pathway for pursuing their art interest. Then the teaching team attended an open house at Newark Arts High School, which is one of the first arts magnet high schools in the entire country, and they were very inspired by the teachers and the students and the work that they saw there. We will also be going in February with middle school teachers, high school teachers, as well as some of the other administrators to the Bergen Academies, and that is one of the premier arts academies in the state. So we will be meeting with their teachers, students, and some administrators in February. A development or suggestion that came out of the pathways that the teachers recommended was also starting an all-wall art program. So we plan to launch that next year, and that will mirror the all-wall chorus and the all-wall band that are currently in existence, but it will be for a higher grade level, so grades 7, 8, and 9, bridging the gap between, or helping to have the students bridge the gap between middle school and high school. And so next, I'd like to share with you our 3 proposed academy pathways. The first one is encapsulated with the draft application that we would like to share with the community. That's here. It's on page 2 and 3. And then the other 2 proposed art pathways are not ready to be rolled out quite yet. Hopefully the honors art pathway next academic year, which would be 2021, 2022, and then the digital arts pathway would be later still. This is the honors pathway and then the digital. So while we are passing out papers, I'm going to ask you to turn to page, I think I might have given away my copy. Page 2 of the draft application. That's where the proposed academy art pathway is printed. And this pathway is prescribed for students to begin in their sophomore year. This is different than the music pathway where students begin in their freshman year. The students have the opportunity to take art experience as an elective in their freshman year, further hone their interest, see if they would like to pursue it further, see if they have any talent that they would like to delve more deeply into through further coursework. And midway through their freshman year, they have the opportunity to apply for admission into the Academy Art pathway. And that's what this application is that I just passed out for you all. And the application basically entails stating that you want to be part of the academy, a short essay about what you hope to gain from being part of the academy, and then an art challenge, which is a live in-person 2-project event where they do a still life drawing, and then they do a 3D project, and the teachers are present in the room, and they evaluate the work, and the students can also submit a portfolio of past work, just so that the teachers have an understanding of the ability of where the students are. Then once students are admitted, they start as an Academy Art student in their sophomore year, and they follow a prescribed set of electives throughout the rest of the 2 years. That would be the 2 electives during their 10th grade year, materials and techniques, and then they choose also a 3D type of art. In their 11th grade year, their junior year, they would do an art history course, and then they would choose another art elective, either their 2D version or the 3D version. And then in the 12th grade year, they would be able to opt to take the AP version of either two-dimensional, which is drawing, painting, etc., or the 3D AP art, which is sculpture, ceramics. Or if they're not interested in doing the AP class, they could do a third level of their art and still have a comprehensive capstone project where they would present their work in a public forum. So like a juried art show, potentially at Belmar Arts Council or Monmouth Museum, where our advisors are presently working. And then they would be able to take one final second elective in their senior year. It could be any other arts course. And then if they were interested in a second AP, they would have the option of taking the AP art history class. So that's the pathway that we are hoping to launch this year. The application, as I mentioned, is for current freshman students to apply this winter with an application deadline of March 16th, and then the art challenge would be March 30th, and then they would start next year as sophomores. The art honors pathway that is proposed, I sent that around, is very similar, but it enables 8th grade students to apply to start in their freshman year. So it just basically moves everything up a year earlier, and it enables them to take more art electives as they go throughout their 4 years here. And then the digital arts pathway is, quite exciting. It would allow a lot of 21st century skills, and although it requires a little bit more infrastructure, potentially in the form of computers and computer software, and potentially in staffing, it would enable students to have skills that are applicable to career. Particularly, this digital arts pathway might be applicable to receiving the DOE CTE certification that we are looking to do in other subject areas too. So the digital arts pathway would incorporate several of the courses that we already have on our roster, namely art experience, our digital media, our video game design, classes that we already run right now at Wall High School, as well as digital illustration. It would require us to start a photography sequence of courses and potentially start an arts, business, and careers course where students would be able to do an internship. So this pathway, because it is a little bit more costly potentially because of the infrastructure needed, would have to be looked at further and potentially rolled out several years down the line.
One quick question. You DOEC,
Yes, so
what is that?
It's the Department of Education has a career technology certificate where the students learn specific skills that will enable them to go right from high school into the workplace. So digital arts would enable a student, just for example, to be able to get all the, or many of the photography skills that they would need to start working in the community as a professional photographer.
For a second, because that's a great question. The Department of Education is really, now more than ever, working with comprehensive high schools to look at the programs that are in place that could earn this CTE or Career Tech Ed cert. So what does it do to have that Career Tech Ed cert? It means that a student has completed a sequence of courses that credentials them in some way, so for a specific career cluster. So we found out in a meeting just a couple weeks before the holiday break that many of our current programs already potentially would meet that CTE certification. Our pre-engineering program will likely meet that. Our Business and Finance Academy will likely meet that. There's even a possibility a sequence of courses in horticulture could meet that Career Tech Ed. As Dr. York mentioned, the VPA Academy could meet that, and then I'll talk to you momentarily about the Future Educators Academy. So how do you get that Career Tech Ed cert? Your program either has to have a dual enrollment, college courses. That would be one way to earn that CTE certification. Another way would be to have an internship capstone, which many of our academies already have. And the third would be some kind of test or credential that's industry related, that the students would also earn that CTE. So it just shows a level of preparedness. And when we talk about students being career ready, some of them being college bound, some of them being looking at 2-year vocational technical training or going directly into careers. These are just other pathways to make sure that we're really putting together a comprehensive pathway. So VPA is one of them, and we're really looking forward to having had a conference call with the Department of Ed with the high school administrative team a couple weeks ago. They were really excited what we were already doing. We do have to look at some of the teacher credentialing to make sure that our teachers have the CTE credentials, but it looks like most do. But it's definitely another sort of branding on what we're already doing that's good work in the high school.
So what happens if a teacher doesn't have it?
It just would mean that potentially, and the teacher only has to have the CTE credential. This sounds like a lot of gobbledygook sometimes when it's coming from the DOE, imagine that. But if you're doing a program of study, which would be, I believe, 3 courses, the teacher has to have the credential if we want to get that branding of CTE certification. But you could have a CTE course that may not need the teacher credential. We're working through all that right now. What we're doing is sending a list of all of our current academies and some of the suggested courses that the DOE had looked through our program of studies, and they're going to sort of go through and see where we are, and then we'll look at the teacher certifications through HR and see where we've already met that. If a teacher doesn't have that, it doesn't necessarily mean anything. We may not CTE brand that particular course right now or see what's required for the teacher to have that CTE certification.
So if you're going to do this, wouldn't it make sense to have it, that CTE, because then essentially the student could graduate high school and actually have a certificate in hand that they have a skill set that they can use, which kind of goes towards the whole idea that not everybody should go to college anymore, be a plumber or tradesman or something like that. So if we were going to do this, I mean, wouldn't it be in our best interest from day one to make sure everybody had the certification?
For new programs, absolutely. And
Right.
so that's what we'll be looking for with new programs and with new staff hires. But when we're looking at existing programs and academies, where teachers are already in place, good teachers, we have to be looking at how we can support that credential down the road rather than saying the teacher doesn't have the credential necessarily. But definitely for new programs, that would be something we'd be looking for in hiring any new personnel.
So wouldn't we be doing a disservice to the student if they are taking a class and they could get this additional credit for it where they're not because a teacher doesn't have that certification?
It's not, let me be clear about the credential that comes out. It credentials the program. There's not necessarily a certificate that goes to the student.
Right.
What the student gets is the same, whether it's a CTE program. If the student is in, let's just say, the business and finance course academy, and they're in a dual enrollment, which there is a dual enrollment course, that's what makes that potentially a CTE program. So the student is still going to get that dual enrollment credit, whether the teacher and the course is CTE certified or not. What it does do is sort of add another layer when we're looking at what does Wall High School offer, and how are those courses recognized by the Department of Ed, or the sequencing of courses.
So do you think, let's say a teacher doesn't have it, would that be something that we'd be able to offer them through professional development?
Yeah, that's one of the things that the DOE is going to do. As I said, we're going to be sending them all of our existing programs, and then they're going to look at what we have in place that already meets the program criteria, and then they'll tell us what's required. We've already gotten some of that preliminary information, what's required for the teacher to have the CTE certification. And in some cases, it's really just sending over the resume. The teacher may have needed X number of years of industry experience, and they've provided some leeway, which is just very recent, to make it easier for teachers to get that CTE cert. So we really, as I said, it was just a few weeks ago that we've had this more in-depth conversation, and the DOE has promised to bring a larger team over. They sort of work in silos. We did a conference call with one person on the CTE team, but there are like 4 or 5 other team members that all bring different aspects of that credentialing. So they've promised to work with us over the next couple months to really look at where we are and where we need to go to get those credentials.
Okay. And then, so attending the 2 advisory committees, I remember one of them in one of the presentations was that a vast majority of the students that would be geared towards these kind of academies, they go into the pre-engineering academy. I believe a majority of those students, that's what they lean towards, and they would probably continue to lean towards that even if this was offered. So with that, what kind of numbers would we be looking at for this in students? And, you know, and I think I might have mentioned to you at one of them, you know, what kind of new spaces do we need? Are they going to fall into existing spaces? How many do you anticipate new teachers, or is new teachers down the road? You know, because this is, it sounds good on paper, but you got to look at the budgetary concerns going forward, especially because we have a lot of things we need to fix, and you know, we have classes that we've dealt with in some of the elementary schools that might have too many kids that we need to hire additional teachers.
So in terms of how many students, I think that we're building the program. If we use the pre-engineering academy as sort of the litmus test for, you know, what's an optimal number of students, we have roughly 24, I believe, is our cap. That's limited for internship purposes. It's challenging to make sure that we have enough internships for the students. So looking at 20 to 24 and looking at other districts, that seems to be approximately the number we're shooting for over time. As Dr. York said, we have, I believe, 11 right now in year one, and so we'll look to build that number with 20 to 24 being the goal. In terms of what needs there are, yes, you're right. There are, as the program pathways, as Dr. York mentioned, build out, there are greater needs. The art pathway can be put together with no additional staffing for the 2020-21 school year, this upcoming school year. But moving forward to especially digital arts, then we are looking at equipment, space for a digital photography room and lab, additional staffing, someone's, you know, specifically with that credential as well as that, you know, expertise and experience. So we are looking at, and when we met with the architect and looking at long-range facility plans, we have put all of this information into the long-range facility plans, and the architects will have incorporated that in terms of digital art studios, black box theater with the VPA, and so a lot of that information has already been incorporated, so when they do their presentation to the board, you'll see where that will sort of, you know, crop up in terms of how that will impact the district from a budgetary standpoint over the next few years.
And so aside from the rooms, but the financial aspect of it, of staff and supplies, any idea what that would be, you know, going into the future per year?
Well, I think it'd be hard to say right now. I think it will be dependent upon a couple of things. First of all, we have to look at what does the enrollment look like in other sections of those particular art areas. So if it's an art pathway, what do the sections look like? Are we collapsing sections where we don't have really healthy enrollment? And does that allow a teacher to now have availability to teach one or two sections? So I think until we get a little closer to that time, what we do know now is that the next art pathway in year one, next year, we don't anticipate having any additional staffing need. But I do think as we grow the program and we could have more than one or two sections running, that there would be budgetary impacts. And again, whether that means additional staff or we're able to absorb those positions into the district, that would remain to be seen until we get closer to that fiscal year.
And that would be a concern of mine, just that, you know, and I've said it before, budget presentations, that the last couple of years, you know, Wall's been kind of steady with our state aid, and we even got a little bit extra. But then you look around at what's happening in Bricktown and Toms River, they're really getting substantial cuts because of decreased enrollment. And, you know, I saw on the news this morning, they said, well, what they're trying to do is bring them back to 100%. And so my concern is, you know, with the state changes their mind every day. So, you know, they could turn around this year and say, you know what, we think you're getting too much and cut, and then we would be in serious trouble going forward, which would, you know, pretty much this idea here and some other ideas would kind of go out the window because we'd be struggling to, you know, just take care of our core issues. So that's certainly a concern going forward, because I would hate to see something like this start and then all of a sudden, you know, it gets wiped out because the state of New Jersey and their infinite wisdom.
I think that
or lack of.
Ultimately, that's always going to be something we're going to have to be cognizant of, and you're right, with state funding and what we've seen happen around the county and the state. With that said, I would say that we have to balance that with always looking at what opportunities are out there for students and not letting that limit us from exploring the kinds of things that could really benefit students, but also being aware that, that could be at any time a potential challenge for our district or any district.
Is there an opportunity to maybe write a grant with other corporations? Are there any corporations looking to, implement some of their technology, and then the classroom provides feedback to it, so maybe that would help alleviate some costs?
One of the possible benefits of CTE certification is there's Perkins funding available. And it's not a huge allocation. I'm not even exactly sure of the original funding formula because we actually already have a set amount. It's based on census. And so Mr. Leonard, the Pre-Engineering Academy Director, was able to pull that number up for us. And right now, without any programs in place, I think we had roughly $18,000 available to us. When they come back, the Department of Education, they're going to show us some of the allowable uses, whether that can be salaries, whether that can be equipment, and how we can use that, and then how you can grow that funding source, whether it's through numbers of CTE programs, numbers in enrollment, and then there's also another piece called like the finishers, how many students actually finish a CTE program. So that kind of grows and morphs over time, but there is another funding source available, and absolutely, I mean, just like we applied for the Advanced Computer Science grant to grow that program, we brought in $42,000 over an 18-month period by writing that grant last year. We're always looking for ways to fund programs for things that are great for kids, and so we would be on the lookout for that for sure. You're welcome.
Okay. So you mentioned the internships was keeping the engineering academy at 24, right? So it got me thinking about a couple different things. Are there going to be internships for this? And then also with the companies or whoever that we're working with for those internships, is there any way that, they might want to contribute, funds, equipment, different things like that, to the school district? Is there any way that that might,
So each of our academies has an advisory board with industry experts in the community and community members. And I'm going to let Dr. York talk about the internships that are intended for VPA, but our Pre-Engineering Academy has internships. They're paid internships for the students. Our Business and Finance Academy has paid internships for the students as well. In fact, we host a couple of those internships through technology, our technology department, and paid internships. And there are circumstances, I beg your pardon?
And the business office
And the business
as well.
office. And there are potentially opportunities for those stakeholders to contribute. If you remember, last year in June, we had our Steam Tank Maker Fest. And we were looking for our advisory board engineers to help support the efforts of prizes for the students, for the winning design teams. They hosted engineering design challenge tables. And so they're a great resource for us to talk about ways that we can potentially partner and grow programs that are largely dependent upon state funding, like Ralph said, but are there other ways that we can become somewhat sustainable in light of that?
Over the years, you've also accepted donations from many companies that are part of our advisory boards that have made monetary donations to the district.
Did you want to talk at all about the internships?
Internships for the arts program would be slightly different than the other academies in that most of the organizations where we would want to send our students are actually not for profit. I'm thinking off the top of my head, Monmouth Arts Council, the Algonquin Theater, the Monmouth Symphony Orchestra. These are all non-for-profit organizations, so requiring students be paid for those internships might not be feasible. So then we will have to structure the time amount that the students would be participating in an internship different than what it is required in the business and engineering academies, but they would still get to have the opportunity to work alongside professionals in the music and performing and visual arts industries. Monmouth Museum has already provided us with their guidelines for student leadership and internship opportunities. And while they are not paid, it's fabulous experience for a student to participate in, regardless of whether they're going to go on to arts as a career or if they're going to move into another career such as education or other communication style of careers.
Quick question. You said 24 enrolled. Is that for the whole program or per grade level?
Per grade level is how the engineering academy goes, and most classes are capped to that number because of equipment. I know in the music, when we did our FAQs, which are available online, we did also cap it at 24, and that's because that's how many digital pianos we have in the classroom. So it's as much as Mr. Addonizio said, it's a resource requirement as well as just, making sure that students have enough attention from the teacher.
Are there other districts in the area that have similar programs? In other words, are we duplicating something that everybody else is doing, or is there an opportunity where we could grow it through accepting tuition students?
I'm going to just jump in for a minute. So there are some districts that have similar programs. Looking at Manasquan, Manasquan has a finance academy. They have a pre-engineering academy. I believe they're in the beginning stages or have discussed the beginning stages of what they hope to be a VPA academy. I don't know how far along they are. One of the academies that we have that not many other comprehensive high schools have are the Service and Leadership Academy with the NNDCC. And we already have 2 tuition-in students that are revenue for the district, and we've been working with other districts that it's a bit of a surprise to them that we have a local district that's also an excellent comprehensive high school that has this academy that offers opportunities in anything from public safety to law enforcement, military careers, a wide variety of experiences. So we had a district in Monmouth County reach out to us recently, and they may have another 2 students that are interested in the Service and Leadership Academy because it's a little more rare to have that. There are some junior ROTC programs in Monmouth County and beyond, but if they're not associated with what a district perceives as a high-achieving district, they're not really interested. So they have the opportunity, if their receiving high school does not have that program, and the student is interested in pursuing a program that their high school does not offer, they have the opportunity to ask for the district to pay tuition to come to the district that does have that program. So could there be districts that are looking at the things we're putting in place as an opportunity for their students, and could that be revenue for the district? Absolutely. And one of the things which we'll talk about in a minute is what does the program offer compared to the other districts? So we might call it a VPA, but if they don't offer in kind a similar program, then ours might have more value. Same thing with the Future Educators Academy we'll talk about in a minute.
All right. Do we advertise this, or is this like a round table that discuss that? Let's see. Shaking her head.
Yeah.
Yeah, both. We discuss it obviously at Superintendent's Roundtable, and Dr. Gleason is, one of the founding members of the Curriculum Consortium, so it's, certainly there. And again, we've only had the Service and Leadership Academy now 3 years, and we do have, this is the 3rd year, and we do have students from other districts where the district is paying their state formula tuition for them to come here. So not private tuition, but the state formula.
To a couple of the points made, I think it's wonderful that we have these academies in many ways, and I think there's a lot of reviewing that has to continue to go on to make sure that measurement goals are being met. I think to Cheryl's point and the curriculum, educational marketing within the community of education is important, as you're doing. I think it's also more important to educate to parents, because I work at a private special needs school that most parents don't know exists because a lot of school districts don't want them to know it exists. So I think there's something to consider there about how do we get it out to the general population and the good things that are going on to possibly open up to new revenue streams. The other thing I would strongly encourage is how do we use digital platforms to expand the connection to teachers that are highly qualified across the globe to teach subject matters, or maybe teaching it at the Lawrenceville School as an example of a international school that has great wherewithal and knowledge that we could be a party to. So I think that's something we want to make sure we continue to look at, and I'd like to hear some follow back to that at some point in the future. The 11 students participating, I would question to see when you did your initial surveys, how many people did you get to say were interested? And you don't have to answer this right now, but Lisa, if you could get back to me or the board. I'm curious to know what our return on survey was, and how do we expect to continue that? And then where do we draw the line if for whatever reason it continues to dwindle to 9 and 10, stay at 11? Do we cut bait at some point? Do we stay with 11? What is our metric for success in this academy and the other academies as well? I think it's wonderful to offer. There's no worse thing than to teach a kid a subject matter that they're not interested in. But there's also a huge benefit for a teenager to sit in a class they're not interested in, learn how to get through it, and suffer a little adversity. So I think we have to balance all of that out. I'd be interested in the data that was of the survey for the class of 2024, not just a broad stroke, we surveyed people, so if we could see that. I just want to make sure that we're, as a member of this board, fully educated as to marketing the program effectively, partnering with other districts as appropriate when we can, not just for tuition students, but to offset cost of teachers, even if we have to bus kids to Manasquan or vice versa. It could be a win-win, or other districts within a close range. The digital aspect of how to connect with better teachers than we can hire, and what that means within a contract, and are we allowed to, and all that good stuff. I just think there's a great opportunity to continue to expand this in different ways. So thank you.
Yes, absolutely. And we'll definitely be able to get you that data. We have, really disaggregated data from the first survey, and Dr. York, maybe we can get that back to you. Okay?
Thank you.
And for the Service Academy, I might add that graduation, the students wear their uniforms. So when you have, folks coming from other districts and, different things like that, and they see, kids that are graduating in uniforms and being recognized for service and, a bunch of different things, it's a pretty, powerful, marketing tool. So, and that's where you might have, people coming from different districts to see their nieces and nephews, and, might have younger kids that, might want to be aligned. But we might also, want to highlight that a little bit more in graduation. I don't know if there's like a pamphlet or something like that for the academies that we can, include as people are coming in and getting more information.
Okay.
Just a thought.
Thank you. Are there any other questions about the Visual and Performing Arts Academy? Okay. Thank you, Dr. York. I wanted to provide, as the next agenda item, an update on the observatory. The board asked if we could, follow where we are. We've had this observatory on site for, before my time, so 4 years. And so in November, I did ask Mr. Lee to send me some information about where we were. And just to give you a little bit of background, especially for those of you that are new, we had a 16-year-old who's a resident of Wall Township, and contact the district. His mother contacted the district, and this particular student is enrolled in an online G&T gifted program through Princeton, through astronomy and a variety of other space sciences. And the mother, her mother, was part of the original foundation committee that funded the observatory. And she was aware that the observatory was non-functional, and her son was extremely interested in trying to troubleshoot why this observatory was not working. So he has been working with us. He's been a delight. He's incredibly smart and knows a lot about not just the science of space, but the actual hardware and software. And he's also associated with the Star Astronomy Club out of Brookdale, and he's harnessed his group over there. And so they came over and really sort of broke down what was going on. And I told you back in November, there appeared to be an issue with the motor. We also were having a hard time trying to sift through all of the invoices and POs to see where all the different parts came from, because they all didn't come from just one vendor. The previous director of technology had pieced together various parts and hardware and software, and it was a bit of a treasure hunt to find everything. And so it looks like that Mr. Lee was able to find mostly everything, finally make contact with Celestron, which I believe is the main manufacturer of the telescope and the motor. So it's a motor problem, we know that. Mr. Adnesio, you asked, was there like, are we under warranty? That was the first thing we asked. When we finally went to the website, Mr. Lee called me and said, it says on the website that all of their work has a lifetime warranty. Well, that is not for anything with moving parts. So, of course, this is a moving part issue, but they feel that this can be repaired, that we had to disassemble this telescope. And so we brought in Star Astronomy Club, and Will Sargent came in, and it was over the break on December 27th. The telescope has been disassembled. It could move left and up, but it couldn't move right and down. So if we had a solar event happening over here, you were out of luck if the telescope was already this way. So we had to dismount the telescope and a variety of the other parts in the mount, and that's been shipped back to Celestron. We're waiting to get a diagnostic and an estimate from the manufacturer, and so according to the manufacturer, this seems to be something that can be repaired, but we just don't have an estimate. So I'll provide you a further update as soon as they get us that estimate, but it was shipped back over the holiday break, and I anticipate having something shortly, which is good. We're getting there, and we have a team that is also interested, in addition to InfoAge, who was working with us initially, and then they had a few people that were no longer on that team that was working with us. We also now have the interest of the Star Astronomy Club, who is looking to put together a partner with us and do some events when there is some kind of solar event or some kind of event that could be captured with the telescope, that they would bring in their telescopes as well. We'd partner with InfoAge, and people could come on site there and look through the various telescopes, go into the observatory, and really make it a bigger community event. One of the recommendations of the Star Astronomy Club was that the original software that was installed with the telescope, the intent was to allow private users to access the website and move the telescope, which they were a little surprised that we were, as a district, allowing that to happen. It sort of takes a lot of things out of our control. So their recommendation is that we only control where that telescope is being aimed, and that would be done and facilitated, I would imagine, through our astronomy club at the high school, and having some additional training from the teacher, or for the teacher that runs the astronomy club. And, you know, depending on what's happening in the night sky or the day sky, they angle the telescope, and then anyone can log on to the computer and to the website and be able to see what they're meant to see. And then, of course, there would be, you know, all kinds of curricular connections with that, all the way down to the elementary, field trips, you know, being able to log onto the computer. So I think we're finally, we've got some traction. We were hoping it would be a warranty situation. It doesn't appear to be, but I'll keep the board abreast of what those estimated costs are as we get them back. Mr. Sanfilippo?
I think I remember going to Wall Foundation for Educational Excellence when they were unveiling this years back, and I think, if I recall correctly, one of the reasons why they had users be able to log in and do that is because it was also something that they would be charged a fee for also using it. So I believe that that was the intent, was to then have something where you had, because you could log in anywhere around the world, right? And I'm sure if there's an eclipse coming or something like that, when we're in South Carolina, we missed the last one, but I think there's another one coming in a couple of years. Might be close, but anyways, that people around the world can use that and log in, and even if they use it once or twice, I think they have to pay for it. Which, if we could get a really, amazing astronomical, event that happens, we could make a whole bunch of money on it real quick, so.
Well, I think now that we've kind of leveraged some of our, network of, astronomy clubs and InfoAge, I think we'll be able to explore those kind of opportunities better. We really didn't have a good handle on, number one, what was wrong with it, where all of the passwords were to get into it and try to, really troubleshoot it. And now that we've moved beyond that, I think we can really start to partner with some of these experts. And InfoAge has been great. They've been over with us, through all of the steps here. So I think we've got some good community partnerships as well.
I think, go ahead. Oh.
My question would be, to avoid this going forward, is this responsibility currently in somebody's job description? Will it stay in their job description, and how do we manage ownership of it going forward, so we're not in a situation in 3 years where somebody who's doing it today leaves us and we're no longer password up to speed, and so on and so forth?
Well, I think part of the issue with this specifically was that this was kind of like a lasting gift from the Wall Foundation of Educational Excellence, and they just kind of completed it, and then that foundation sort of it was gone. People who were running that foundation, their kids were long graduated and things like that.
So when they gifted it, they owned responsibility for it too?
No.
They ceded it to the board?
Well,
and
no,
we didn't
gave it to
supervise it well?
they gave it to the district, but then the sort of, I think the brain trust behind it was also gone too.
They were
so.
never going to be part of it. They paid for it
Yeah.
and donated it to the district, and then it was the district that was responsible for
correct.
putting it all together with the funding, because.
So I'm just wanting to make sure
Yeah.
we manage it better going forward.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
somebody needs to own it. I don't know who that is or what job description that needs to be added to, that's all.
Yeah.
And we'll interview them appropriately too with the people. But no, I think the point was that we didn't really have anybody specifically that was earmarked for that. And then we didn't have, as Dr. Gleason was saying, anybody who had the knowledge or wherewithal to fix it, right? So,
Yep, I agree. I think that the information that's associated with running that telescope or any equipment in perpetuity has to be given to more than one person and held, with all of, business office, administration. And so if that person should leave, we still are able to function without, and any problems that are there, we have passwords and we can move forward.
and the first thing we have to do is get it fixed, right? So,
Absolutely.
And that's
Absolutely.
the frustrating part, that this thing has never actually been in use except for some test things that I remember one time seeing a picture that was taken from one of the test things, but essentially from day one, it's kind of been broken. And even way back when I remember when the parts were shipped to us, some of the stuff was broken when it was shipped to us and had to get sent back, and then it came back again. So, 4 years of really nothingness is disappointing, because I think at one time, was it Princeton University was looking to, I thought, maybe partner so they could get used to it, because it's really the only thing like this in the state. So certainly, and I was excited at the time, the idea that I'd be able to log in from home for my 15 minutes or whatever it was, and move it around and look at the night sky. So I thought that was kind of neat. But as Chris said, that's what the initial intent was, that they were going to have a program where you could sign up, pay, I guess, a yearly fee, and you'd be able to schedule your time to go on.
Well, it's also pretty cool looking. So, if we get it operational, I feel like we can piggyback on Star Wars. Like the Death Star, it's operational,
timing is
right? So
perfect,
I just hope Luke Skywalker doesn't come in and blow it up again. So.
Yeah.
It is interesting. I've climbed inside of it, so it's interesting if you haven't been inside, especially once it gets operational.
So can we, Lisa, are you the one that's owning this for the time being?
Well, I'm working with the Director of Technology.
I just want to know who's going to provide the next report and what the end game is.
I
When are
will,
we going
I
to get
will
it done? That's
provide,
all.
I will provide you with the information.
you're the
And I'll be the
liaison?
liaison between the Technology Department and providing that information to the board. I have no problem with that.
listen, I mean, it's a wonderful opportunity. I think if there's a membership per year that you get to look wherever we set it, so we don't get into Ralph putting it here and 1,000 people moving it every 15 minutes where it does end up breaking more often, and there's a revenue stream strictly for maintenance, that might be something we want to look at. Can we set a time frame for when this is going to get done? I know it's out of our hands to a degree, but do we have a ballpark of what we should expect as a board that by the next school year, September 1, we should have some functionality?
I think we're going to have to see what because first of all, there's no money allocated towards this. So whatever this expense is, that's going to be something that we haven't budgeted for.
Okay.
But this is one of those items that we have it, we should fix it, and we certainly should use it because there's a huge benefit to our district and, probably others. That's why, we could partner with other districts and, possibly give them access to it. So I think the first step is to see when they give us an estimate for it.
And I would anticipate by the next board meeting, I would hope that I would have that estimate. So why don't we get that estimate first from the manufacturer, see what's involved there, what kind of costs we're looking at, and then we can start to set a timeline to resolve this issue. We also have left from the foundation, I'm going to estimate about $700 left from that foundation grant that was earmarked for either professional development for a teacher to really make sure that this becomes embedded in curriculum, working with the astronomy club. We could contact the board from that foundation and see if it's something that we could use towards the repair. So I believe it was around $700. I'll have to check with the business office.
And probably one of the other things we need to look at is creating a policy for it. So we certainly
enough of those.
I know, but this whole organization runs on policies.
Understood.
Without a policy, we probably can't even open it up and use it. So that would be something. I don't know.
On that note, I think though if the question would be more easily answered if there was a direct curriculum connection, because if you don't need a policy if the curriculum is directing the program, because it's embedded. So I'm not sure I really understand what the benefit is to the district to having this piece of equipment. I understand that we're trying to find out what its functionality is, how we can use it, discussing whether somebody's going to independently move it or whatever. To me, it's not that it's meaningless, but I think we have to determine, is there a curriculum connection first? And that will then segue into whether other districts would be interested in that because they don't have something like this. It is interesting, though, that we have the space mission connection, if you will, with the Diana and all the other military things that are in our area. So I do encourage the exploration, but I think we have to be mindful that this should be curriculum embedded, and that will answer a lot of the questions, including, well, who takes care of it? Because you could, I'm going even a little further with this. We're going to next be talking about future educators, right? Academy. Well, science is a huge area of education teachers need. And, the STEAM and STEM and all of that, this would be something that could even be a cross-age teaching possibility if we think about it in those terms. But this is all a lot of, conjecture. So I encourage you, but I do want us to think of it in terms of curriculum connection.
I wonder also if we could invite folks from those couple different places to come in and talk with us a little bit about it, because I know I know a smidgeling about what's going on with it. I'm probably a little bit more than that, but I mean, I don't know if other people on the board know. Like I might be hearing about it for like the first or second time right now, so it might be good to get a little background information, or if they could even just like send us an email or something like that.
There was already discussion, both from InfoAge and Star Astronomy Club. I don't know if you saw the CoStar back, I guess it was around 6 weeks ago, there was an article about the observatory featuring kind of Will's involvement, how we'll be working with InfoAge. the curricular impact, because I agree with you, Andy, that it has to have a deep curricular impact, and I'm confident it will. Once I can get a real handle on what this does from a software perspective and hardware, the curricular piece, we have, Earth and Space is a huge part of the New Jersey Student Learning Standards. So I'm confident that won't be a problem. But in answer to your question, Chris, I think it would be great if we could have Will, the Star Astronomy Club, and InfoAge, as we've been talking about merging this partnership, and do some kind of mini presentation once we know where we are with this and we have it up and running, and maybe also acknowledge that the work that they've done to support the district with no cost.
Yeah, it'd be really cool if we could, bring up like the moon on the projector.
InfoAge also said that they're familiar with this telescope and said that, the quality of the telescope that we have is a good quality, and that there's a way to link their telescope and our telescope for certain types of events that could be, pretty incredible, according to them. So I think everybody's really looking to move this forward, and I think there's a lot more eyes on it now. It's just a matter of getting the estimates for cost, repairing, and then moving forward with it. So I'll definitely be keeping you abreast, and we'll really have a lot of traction on this.
Sounds good.
Any other questions on the observatory? Okay, I'm going to move you to Future Educators Academy. I did provide the board some background on Future Educators. I believe it was in November. So some of this information is redundant in terms of the introduction, but I wanted to just sort of bring you up to speed with where we are, and also let you know that we do have a presentation planned, I would anticipate in March, with the full course sequencing, similar to what Dr. York had done, but Mrs. Sergio also would like to be involved, being that it is a high school academy, and Mrs. Misa also. And so I anticipate that we'll be prepared for that in March. But I won't go through the introduction, but the impetus behind this academy is sort of 2 or 3 pronged. Number one, there is a severe shortage of teachers. And, I put one statistic in there that's 5.5 years old, and we were over 1 million teachers short just in the United States. And, we're not even getting deep into the numbers on teachers for science and math and technology, but just overall, a more than 1 million teacher shortage. And so the New Jersey Teacher of the Year, Jennifer Skolmiel, she actually came and met with us last year. Her platform as the New Jersey Teacher of the Year was to sort of rebuild and rebrand teaching and the integrity of the profession of teaching. And so she did some work with us. She also, before she became the New Jersey Teacher of the Year, runs I believe it's Middlesex or Mercer, Middlesex, their Tomorrow's Teacher Academy. So that's what she does. She teaches for their Future Educators Academy. So she was really able to give us some good insight and to work with us. She'll also be at our advisory board meeting on January 17th to continue work with us. So the purpose, the opportunity for our students with the Future Educators Academy, or FEA as we're calling it, is to offer students who potentially have an aspiration to teach or become affiliated with the field of education. They may not want to be a teacher. Maybe they want to be a guidance counselor. Maybe they want to go into a related service from special education. They may have an administrator in their family and they want to be a principal. And we found through the survey that some students are already identifying with some of those aspirations. So the purpose is to offer a 4-year academy pathway, which would include dual enrollment opportunities for students who choose that pathway, and then also single course electives for students who just want to explore the field of education. So similar to what Dr. York was saying about the Art Academy, where students don't really have to declare their major, that would be a similar situation with the FEA. So all students who are interested in the academy or interested in the field of education would take what's called Tomorrow's Teacher curriculum in their freshman year. And after they take that course, they could declare their intent to enroll in the academy. So they don't have to make that decision in 8th grade. And then they can also, at that point, choose if they want to go the honors track, which has dual enrollment, and it's a bit more rigorous. It has AP Psychology in their sophomore year, and 2 dual enrollment college-level classes at their junior and senior year. And then also the capstone is a student teaching experience here in the district. And we're looking at internship opportunities that could also involve working with our RAP program, because that goes until, I believe, 6:30 at night. And so our student teachers could work in the RAP program, designing some lesson plans and recreational activities, and that could be a paid internship through the enterprise. So we're already thinking about 3 years down the road about being able to really control those internships on site, as well as having the capstone teaching. The Future Educators Academy meets every single requirement for the CTE. Where you're only required to have one of those credentials, it has dual enrollment, it has internship, and it also has the teacher certification with the credential at the end. To be a teacher certified for CTE for this program, you only have to have a teacher certification. So all of our teachers are credentialed to teach. The high school administration is working on which department will supervise this academy, and we're not sure about that yet. But we anticipate that the first year that there would be no budgetary impact. We have teaching staff available, and because the credential is much more flexible, it's going to be a lot easier. It's about finding the right teacher that can really draw students in and that really have that great connection with kids and love the field of teaching. So if you turn to the second page of the packet I gave you for FEA, you have both the data on the back, but I just sort of aggregated the data here. We sent out student surveys and parent surveys back in the fall. We sent them to 7th through 11th graders because, as I said, we want this academy to be very inclusive, meaning that students do not have to see this as only an academy opportunity, that they could see this as just a career exploration, and they will participate in the Tomorrow's Teacher curriculum course their freshman and senior year. They could sort of work between the honors pathway or a traditional pathway. We're trying to really work out a lot of different options where students don't have to necessarily commit to an academy unless that's something that they really want to do. And so I think it really gives more flexibility for students. So we had 330 responses. 84% of those responses were from 7th and 8th grade, which was great, so we could see where we're sort of building interest at the intermediate school. And you could see that we had 14% of the respondents say they were definitely interested in being a teacher. 10% of all the respondents said they were also interested in careers in counseling, administration, or special education. 9% of all of those respondents, of the 330 respondents, said they would be interested in enrolling in the Future Educators Academy. They don't have a lot of information, but we gave them a little bit of a blurb about what it is. 31% said that they would be interested hang on. Okay, I have one wrong stat there. Let me check that stat because I've got two that say two different stats. Thank you. That's it. Thank you. So 31% might be interested. They weren't sure. And then 7% of respondents were interested in taking the Tomorrow's Teacher course, even if they weren't interested in enrolling in an academy. And then 33% of all respondents said they might be interested in taking the course elective. So when you think about 330 respondents and anywhere from 33 to 40% either interested or definitely interested, I think we definitely have some interest at all grade levels in 7th through 11th grade. But now it's about getting them more information about what's involved. We sent parent surveys out. We received 102 responses before the break. 54% of those responses were from 7th and 8th grade parents, and then the remaining responses were pretty equally divided between 9th to 11th grade parents. And 41% of the parent respondents stated that their child has expressed an interest in being a teacher, and 27% of the respondents stated that their child was interested in careers in counseling, administration, or special education related services. 29% of the respondents felt that their child would be interested in enrolling in Future Educators Academy, and 64% of the parent respondents were interested in more information. I also there was an open comment box from parents so you could see the comments on the last page. And I think that there were a lot of positive comments. There were some comments that said, I don't know if my child would want to be pigeonholed in an academy right away, and I think that when parents get more information about the fact that they don't have to be by the design of this academy, it's about getting more information out to parents and students to better understand the structure. We went on site visits, the high school administrative team and myself. We went to Allentown High School, which is part of Upper Freehold Regional High School, and they've had a Tomorrow's Teacher program. It's a pretty large program, but it's not as comprehensive as ours. It only has a 3-credit dual enrollment for the Tomorrow's Teacher course, which is with Rider University. We would be able to offer that to students, as well as, for those that are interested, an additional 6 credits through Georgian Court and additional 3 credits through the AP Psych if the students are choosing that route as well. So, ultimately, a very motivated student could leave the academy, should they choose, with 12 credits. And most of the partnership agreements between higher ed and high schools are about $250 to accredit those courses. So you'd be looking at, for a student that wanted to take 12 credits, just under $1,000, which is pretty good. I did reach out, Russell, you had asked if I'd, reached out to any other universities. I did reach out to Rutgers. I didn't hear back anything from Rutgers. I don't know of anyone that has a partnership with them on a Future Educators Academy, but I'm keeping those feelers out because we wouldn't start the dual enrollment until their junior year. So we still have time to explore that, although we do have a commitment from Georgian Court that they are ready to enter into an MOA with us when we get to that point. But we do have time. Okay. We have our first advisory board meeting on the 17th. Mr. Agnizio, I believe you're coming to the advisory board meeting on the 17th. And excellent. And we can have up to 4 board members at that meeting. If you are interested, if you would just let Mr. Agnizio know, so I'll make sure that you have everything prepared. The purpose of that meeting on the 17th, it's about an hour and 15 minutes, is to finalize the mission and student learning outcomes, which we've drafted, to review the pathway and course sequencing that we're still sort of hammering out, and then to gather additional input from stakeholders for any additional needs. If you look at the last page, you can see we have 7 administrators from the intermediate school and the high school coming over. We have 2 higher education representatives. One of those happens to be a parent at the intermediate school who happens to also be an education professor at Ocean County College, and then we have a Georgian Court representative that is coming. Right now I have a commitment from 1 board member, it looks like 2 so far. We have a parent at intermediate school. We have 2 high school parents coming. We have 2 student reps from intermediate school, and we're waiting on the names for the student reps from the high school. And then once we decide on the department that this program will run under, whether it's going to be family life, then we'll invite those teachers from that department to also sit on the advisory board. So we've got a pretty big meeting coming up on the 17th to really finalize. And the other piece that we have coming up in terms of marketing and getting the word out there is we have a student panel coming from Allentown High School and Point Pleasant High School. These kids, we went over and we spent hours with them. We observed their class, we talked to the teacher, we talked to the administrators, and they've had, they've worked through some of the challenges and figured out things that worked for their programs and didn't, but in talking to the students, they gave us just time to talk to students. And I think what most impressed me is some students figured out that they really wanted to go into the field of education, and this solidified it. And some students said they still weren't sure, but this course, more than any, and I heard this from both high schools, gave them this confidence that they had not had. And that comes through, there's a lot of public speaking, they're learning about, learner development, their own development, and it's a very different kind of course than a lot of their other elective courses. And they were really excited. So we've coordinated coordinated a couple of possible dates. I'm going to be meeting with the administrative team at Intermediate School on Thursday, and we're going to try to coordinate the dates for that panel to come over. Both of those schools have committed to a little field trip, and we'll have them talk to our 7th grade, possibly 8th grade, possibly 7th grade, and 9th grade students, so we can start to get the, some information out there. I'll also be at the academic planning night at the end of January. We've already presented at the meeting in December, I believe. We already did a high school presentation, and so we'll start to also to move that communication out to our parent advisory groups and really start to put the word out there. But we just have a few finishing touches to put on course sequencing before we're ready to do that. Questions?
I actually have a question. Not particularly about this one, but in general, with all the different academies, is there a number floating around of the percentage of maybe students that go into a certain academy that actually follow through and go into that field? Is there anything like that around, do you know?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I could certainly, I mean, I would imagine that any school that runs academies would have those statistics, sort of like a graduation rate, right?
Well, I'm talking about, they graduate from high school and then they go to college and actually go into engineering.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I didn't know if maybe there was some kind of study someplace, just out of curiosity.
I could look into that, and I could certainly ask schools that have, and even our school to see which of our students have followed that trajectory from, and we have some of that data.
Just be curious to see.
Is this academy a definite, or are we voting on this at some point, or has this already been approved, or where is that in the game plan? I'm kind of naive to that.
So I brought this to the board, I believe it's just under a year ago for discussion, so we've
It
been
was
moving
approved last
forward,
year.
and, yeah,
It's been
after,
approved.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't receive any, objections from the board as we began the development, and in the updates, I haven't received any.
Has there been a minimum number of students to enroll to require an opening of an academy versus just a tomorrow's teacher curriculum? Or I guess I'm stuck on, we have a district of a high school of 1,000 kids, and how many academies do we end up opening? Where are we going with this? What's the long-range plan for core curriculum, academies, this, that, and the other thing? I mean, to open for 11 kids doesn't seem to make any sense for me, but I could be convinced otherwise.
Well, I would say, specific to Future Educators Academy, looking at the need, I think there's very much a need for teachers. I think there's a considerable amount of research from TCNJ, from the Center for Future Educators, that show that the benefit of this kind of program is twofold. As I said, it either can help a student explore the career and make a decision if this is the career for them, which is great. And if it's not, as a parent, I think it's also good for students to know, I don't want to do that now because I've already learned a bit about that. I've done some student teaching, and this might not be the career for me. And so I don't have to call mom or dad, the end of my sophomore year and say, this was not the career path. I didn't know.
So,
Can I just, if I could interject, I think one of the other things that we've been trying to do with the new academies is ensure flexibility so that you don't have to be an academy student to take the class. Right. We don't want to run classes where we're limited to only the 11 students that are in the academy. Similarly with Future Educators and with the Service and Leadership Academy. So it's more that if the student has all of these courses on their transcript, they can now be labeled as an academy student and have that marketability in terms of their next step, whether it's a career that they're looking towards, a post-secondary education or college or whatever that might be. So it's more about branding and helping market the students than it is about creating separate silos within the high school that are only available to certain numbers of kids.
if a student chooses the academy sort of package and they're really serious about going into a teacher prep program, that student would fulfill, in many cases, the preliminary credits for entrance into a school of education, because part of the exit criteria for those students that are choosing the academy pathway is also to take the Praxis core, which students need to do before they're admitted into the school of education. So, as Cheryl said, we'll have students that can take these classes that are not part of academy, but really are just interested in this elective and these electives. And the psychology courses that go along with them could be anybody, could be going into, the field of psychology or business. And so I think this academy has a lot of inclusivity. And if 11 students only announced it as their major, so to speak, it does not mean that there's only 11 students sitting in those classes. Does that make sense?
That's clear. I think the idea of an academy, to me, lends itself to costing money at some point, and that's a little bit where I'm thinking. And down the road, I guess, where are we going with other careers that are underserved, like plumbing and other careers that we want to, if we're going to get kids to choose careers 7th and 8th grade, I think that's a little far-fetched personally. And I think while it's noble and we're a school system and this is our bailiwick, I don't know. Doesn't sit well with me right now, but that's just my opinion.
I'd like to share my perspective on this. Right now, education is in a very unusual, different place. There's a statement that's made a lot of times thrown out there that we're teaching children and preparing them for jobs that don't even exist or are known yet. So, we continue to teach the 3 R's, the arithmetic, writing, right, all of that, and yet this isn't going to be sufficient. So the idea of academies, which you nicely explained in terms of it being branding for those opportunities that exist beyond the high school, are important for us to connect with, as you're saying, too. It's not just about college prep for college careers and this and that. There's no way that the town of Wall is going to be able to have an auto shop, a dental hygienist shop, a florist shop. All of those are valuable careers in our community and still exist today. But the point is helping students to make good choices, to have them develop critical thinking skills, and to have the basics of an education that will set them up for making good decisions. I have a 16-year-old, and I know your children are older too. I'm worried about them taking that first year, to figure out, as you said, what they want to do on my dime, and so we have to start to think about, as you said, bringing this down to the middle school is the right place to start these conversations. So I'm happy to see that there's guest student and conversations happening at the middle school. This had to go on more, though. It had to go on more. What they say about how many times you have to send something out for people to hear it. Well, it's tenfold for kids, So I think it's very foreign to us that we've already been through the school system to be thinking about this differently than college prep. And on a final note, I want to say it's not just $250 a credit. If you think about this is something I heard elsewhere too. So when that costs now, but when you go into, you're saving because you're getting credit for that college course. Whatever college it is, it's 3 times that amount, really, when you think about it. So I'd rather, get our kids set up and try to be ahead of the curve in terms of where is education going and how do we prepare our students. And academies, tracks, whatever they're calling them today, it does need further exploration, and it definitely needs more support.
Thank you, Mr. Rupa.
Dr. Gleason, could you also speak to, because we had discussions, when this first came up, about other districts, and because there's not many other teaching academies, at least I remember last year there weren't. Maybe Neptune was one, but then other than that,
There's
not really
actually
many.
quite a few, and I can get that list for you. It's listed on the Tomorrow's Teacher website. There are quite a few districts that offer Tomorrow's Teacher curriculum. Tomorrow's Teacher curriculum is a copyrighted curriculum from the Center for Future Educators. You can teach the course either as a one-year high school course, it has 4 parts to it, or you can break it down. We would break it into a freshman and a senior course. You can receive 3 credits from one of the partnered universities, which are Rider, Kane, Stockton, Fairleigh Dickinson. So there are four universities that will partner with you. But some schools call their academy Tomorrow's Teacher Academy based on having one course. And I think that's great to offer that as an elective and a career exploration. I don't know if that's enough to brand something or to really give the student that kind of, pedigree if they're applying to a school of education for teaching with only one course on their transcript. So when we're building this, academy or these electives that could be taken singly, we're looking at what sort of a comprehensive list of courses that, again, a student can take all of them as an academy pathway, or they could just take the Tomorrow's Teacher. So when you get that list, which I can provide to you, they're not all offering academies. And so I don't know that there's, of all of the schools that we reached out to in Monmouth County, and I did that through my curriculum consortium because all 56 Monmouth County districts are enrolled in that consortium. There is no one offering a 4-year dual enrollment option. They have smaller pieces and they call it a teacher's academy, but I don't think that we have not seen the options that we've offered to date. Doesn't mean they're not out there, but we haven't seen them yet.
And those students would be able to if they're coming from different districts, their school districts would then be able to pay for those students to come?
So
or not?
that would be really up to the district, the Board of Ed, and superintendent to sort of prove out that their teacher academy is not comparable to our teacher academy. So I wouldn't be able to say that they would have to pay for it. But I think certainly, it could be a discussion between that parent and a superintendent and Board of Education if they're looking to come to Wall Township because of the kind of Future Educator Academy. So potentially.
Could we also maybe at some point in the future, because I kind of feel like some of the wheels are turning towards the question of how do we help our students with career exploration, and a discussion about that, because maybe putting the cart before the horse, or whatever the expression is. And I think that for some people that is a question, how do we prepare? I know it's a question for a lot of people from my interactions in the community. So, maybe we can have that as a future discussion so that people can connect more of what we're talking about tonight.
And coming out of CTAC last year, that was one of those areas that we felt needed to be highlighted because we do a lot. At the middle and high school especially, there's a lot of career exploration. They're using Naviance. They're doing, career inventories, personality and aptitude inventories. They do some resume building with them. And so I don't think that information is out there. But last year when I started talking to the high school staff and the guidance department, they do quite a bit. So one of the things that I've been working on that we've talked about administratively and through the guidance department is this career pathways site that shows what's done at each grade level at the high school level. And then we've also had some preliminary discussion at the intermediate school about a career day. And then at the 5th grade level, having a take your parent to school day. And it kind of, I know it's like what's old is new again, but bringing your parent to school to share what they do with classmates. Because at the elementary, it's about sort of giving students opportunities to think about what they're interested in, not careers. And then at the middle school, starting to connect things I'm interested in, talented at, what kind of careers possibly might be associated with that. And then at the high school, starting to really, drill down into what I might be looking to actually do one day, and what are the pathways to be able to do that, whether it's college, technical school, some other credential, or launching right into a career. So I think we do a lot here, and I think we need to make that more visible and communicate it more clearly.
I don't want to make I'm not critical, because I think all this is necessary, but just my perspective. We have people thousands of miles away in third world countries that are being imported into the United States at salaries of $200,000 above, with skill sets that we don't seem to have. And when you go to the universities, take one, NYU. It's more than 50% foreign students. I mean, this is a sense of urgency, all this. This is serious stuff. They have to have jobs.
I agree.
So,
I just wanted to jump in. I think creating the academies is important. It sets our district apart from other districts. I think it gives our students, that's why we're here, to give them the best education possible. And, having something like this in place for our kids when they reach high school is really important for them, because it not only takes them into subject matter they may not have had the chance to explore, but it gives them experiences outside the classroom. So I know you had mentioned the RAP program and internships, the art programs. Coming from my daughter has an extreme, love for art, and seeing an opportunity like this for her in the future is really exciting, because I know she would be so passionate about it. So I think, really focusing on the heart of education and providing academies for the older students in our district is something where we should probably focus a lot of attention into and support in the meantime. The 21st century learner has to go above and beyond. It's not just a textbook anymore. There's so many other variables that come into, being a dynamic learner and preparing yourself for not only college, but, the real world. So, if they choose not to take this path, they're still going to look back on the experiences, that they learned from what they learned in their academies or in these classes, and use it meaningfully in life. So I think it's really important. Thank you.
If I could just piggyback on that, I think one of the other things that we've thought of over the years is the message that it sends to kids about what we value. So if we have academies that focus on science and engineering and business and math, we're sending a message that that is valued. And if we're not doing the same for arts and education and service and leadership and law enforcement, we're also sending a message that we don't necessarily value that. So giving kids an opportunity to highlight their strengths in those areas, encapsulate it into this or brand it through this academy, is also sending the message that those are valued careers in our society, and we value you as a student because you have an interest in that area. And that's important in a comprehensive high school.
I got a question. Since, we have a lot of chemistry, biology, science classes. Why don't we have anything like a pre-med academy, for instance? Because you talk about where there's a need, like nursing, that is such a shortage in that field. And I know people, I've been an EMT for 13 years. That wasn't something I got into until much later in life, because I really wasn't necessarily aware of it, and I didn't really have any friends that were in it. But certainly, I've seen there is a high school, I think, in Monmouth County that actually offers an EMT program as part of the curriculum.
Manasquan, I believe.
Oh, isn't it? I thought it was in Northern Monmouth. I didn't know that. So having something like that certainly would give students, because the whole idea is to give our students a leg up on the competition. And, you know, a student trying to get into the nursing program at OCC, there's a wait list. You know, you try to get into anywhere, a PA program, they're saying like a year, 2 years, you know, if you're lucky. So something like that, I certainly would see a direct benefit where a student, you know, they get into the field here, bless you, and, you know, it gives them that leg up when they go to college that they can get into that program and not maybe waste a year or two because they're waiting to try to get into a program. So that's certainly something that I think we should explore, because I think there's an absolute benefit for it. And, you know, my personal experience with seeing many people as a CPR instructor, first aid instructor, there's some people that think, I absolutely want to do that, I love that idea, and then when they get to their first CPR call or see their first bloody nose, they're like, nope, they tap out, that's not for me. So certainly, you know, the same with being a teacher, you know, it might sound good until you, excuse me, realize what goes into it and how hard it is, and then you're just like, that's not for me. So suggestion.
One of the sort of, you know, conversations that we've had when we meet administratively in terms of where are we, what opportunities for kids, and looking at the pre-engineering academy and where are we building that science department, where are we building computer science, where are we building engineering, and that STEM piece. And, you know, there is a model that you could have a STEM academy that has a pathway of pre-engineering, which we already have established. We're building the computer science program that started with the 42 students enrolled in AP Computer Science A. Next month, I'll show you the new course proposals, which expand the computer science program with our existing staff. Intro to Computer Science, AP Computer Science Principles, I think 2 additional courses with a lot of student interest. So that could be another pathway. And a third pathway could be a biomedical. And, you know, we're certainly near, you know, a teaching university. And so that is something that we can absolutely explore. And I think we have a model in place that it would fit nicely under. So.
Yeah, because it could lend itself to students realizing that, you know what, I don't necessarily, maybe I want to become a paramedic. And, you know, you've experienced it in high school, you've taken classes, and then you go take a medic program, and then you're already out in the field in you know, in less than a year. Or, you know, you want to be an EMT in, you know, 6-7 months, and you're out in the field. So certainly having those other options, again, because not everybody should go to college anymore. I mean, you hear more and more about that when you're talking about saving money or, you know, credits $450 or more. Having these other options that aren't necessarily college-based, I think is important.
Without the associated debt. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
All right. Finance and facilities.
Okay, this is actually one of 2 meetings for this month. On the 21st, we're also going to have a workshop meeting, which will be later than this workshop meeting. So as anticipated today, we'll have the auditor here, the demographer, as well as the architect, providing a presentation on the follow-up on the feasibility study, facility condition assessment, which was the second part of that, which was the programming aspect of it, and what improvements were discussed with the building administrators and central administration, and what those program changes, enhancements, proposals would be, and the costs associated with that. So that'll be the second part. Today's more of the standard agenda items that we have on our month-to-month. First item is the enterprise account, the food service program. I don't think we actually discussed it last month, but as it stands current, one of the positives in the month of December, it was in the positive for the month, a little over $1,000, which is not we incur on a monthly basis, and we need to have the lunch days in order to bring in the revenue, in order to offset that. So when we have, 18 days, 22 days, it's not really an issue. We know we're going to be profitable those months. But when they drop down, especially in 15, like if you look in the prior year, they may not have been profitable. But again, this December, it in fact was. So on the year, we're currently in the black, a little over $3,500. Any questions on the food service program? Okay. Facility use applications, there are none that require Board of Education approval, but again, staple that will be on the agenda each month. I will point out that we have the AYF cheerleader, wall cheerleaders, that recently won a national title that I believe are moving on to compete for an international title for the Olympics. So we'll be using the South Gym for the month of January, because I believe competition is in February. I spoke with Tom Radu, who's creating a relationship. We use the field when we have a need, especially for our freshman football, so there will be no cost associated with the use of the gymnasium for that. So, shouldn't be too much wear and tear on the gym. They'll be utilizing the South Gym at the high school for a lot of days in the month of January. So they're prepared. Open Public Records Act, again, another one that will be on monthly. Fiscal year to date, we have received 68 open requests. We completed 65. We currently have 3 that are open. That's the wage report, the W-2 report for all Wall Township employees, attendance record for the superintendent and business administrator, and the executive session minutes for the months of October and November are the 3 outstanding. They'll be responded to within the required time frame. Cost to date for what time has been put into them by staff in the district is a little over $15,000. It's estimated to be $15,352 for what has been provided or currently working on to date. Facility project updates, that's an attachment. The number of projects that most of them were completed over the break, we still have one in progress. I don't need to go through each of them. We have spoken about the bottom water fillers. We installed another one at the intermediate school. And then the one project, it's not part of the maintenance, but it is ongoing, is the roof project that we approved at the operations building. That is ongoing. They started to work. The EPDM rubber has been installed over it. I believe they're waiting for materials for the metal edge, and we anticipate that to be completed in the coming weeks, weather permitting. Okay. Facility condition assessment. The last second part of it, as I indicated, was the programming upgrades. The architect has met with the administrators, received their questionnaires. They've been putting some proposals together with cost estimates, and that's what they'll be presenting to the Board of Education on the 21st. They met with the superintendent, director of curriculum, and myself to kind of go over where they were and how to present to the Board of Education. Again, this is the second part of the facility condition assessment. One is actually just the infrastructure of the condition, and this is how we would make changes or improvements to our facilities to address the programs, the different academies that we're moving forward with currently and that we are discussing to move forward with in the future. And then from that point on, we'll have to be looking to make some decisions on how these improvements are going to be funded. And that'll be in conjunction with the budget process, which projects or which category of projects would be funded through the budget and which ones would be funded by some other source, whether it be the main one being by going out for a referendum. The timing of which is going to have to be discussed, because if we were going to look to go for a referendum in next winter or March, we're going to have to be making a decision over the next 3 to 6 months so that we can give the architect the time to prepare accordingly. but it's somewhat premature because we would let the architect provide the presentation as well as the demographer who's going to be coming in and giving the presentation on the demographic study that was conducted. Facility conditions. Transportation.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
I have a question about facilities that doesn't tie to the project you just mentioned, so should I ask that now, or should I wait till the end?
No, it's good.
So I was approached by a couple people in a public setting that found out I was on the board about what is our game plan for the football facility and the field situation that occurred towards the end of the season when the grass was in disarray last spring, or last, preseason and into the season a little bit. There was some remedy done during the season I'm aware of. I think the practice field they were mentioning was extremely, in disarray, potentially unsafe with some of the top field that was brought in there from what I've heard. So how do we get that looked at? How do we address that for the rest of this fiscal year? And what's the game plan, or how do we discuss it with our facilities director going forward?
Well, before the break, I had a meeting with Tom Redu because he expressed the same concerns and how, moving forward, how can we address it? Are we going to dedicate, somebody specifically within the operations or maintenance department who's going to be responsible for field conditions or field maintenance, not only for the football field, but and also coordinating the activities of these outside groups or vendors that we use. We don't apply the chemicals or any of the treatments. We'll may see, but we don't maintain the license. That's something that we're going to be reviewing with Mr. Moretta, our new facilities director, the best way to approach that. That's also going to be that's included in the assessment that our architect has done, not only from the facility condition assessment, but also from the programming side. So it's going to be included in that, but in addition to that, it's going to be included in the budget discussion because, are we going to look, if we're not going to consider turf, because I'm sure that's going to be one of the options on the table, then are we going to consider stripping down the field, regrading it, and laying sod? And, it's going to be a budget discussion, but it's also going to be a current operation year discussion because it's something that would need to be done this year if we wanted to have it playable for the fall. So that's going to be an ongoing discussion both through the budget and through the facility condition assessment. And if neither one of those happen, the discussion between Mr. Redu and I was ensuring that we have the treatments that are done in a timely manner. What occurred last year was in an effort to make improvements to the field, one step was avoided or delayed too long because you can't put a pre-emergent down if you're reseeding. And unfortunately, football field is not used in the spring. And the best time to seed is in the fall because in the spring you're laying down pre-emergents at the same time we're trying to seed, so they held off, which resulted in, and again, with the topsoil being brought in, there was concern that there was a lot of weed seed in there. So that, with the no pre-emergence, there was a lot of crabgrass, a lot of weeds. And of course, that didn't sustain through the football season. So we discussed, at a minimum, that's going to be addressed so that if nothing else is done as far as a reconstruction of it as a natural grass field or something looked into further long-term as far as a turf field, we're going to look to make improvements so that it's in a better condition.
Thank you. Can I ask one? Yeah.
No, go ahead.
So just, can I go back to the food report for a second?
Sure.
As I look a little bit further. So we're looking at October, and not to be, go crazy here, but there's 22 days in October. If you look at the payroll expense, it turns out to be about $3,111 for a 22-day month. And the payroll expense for December was $4,200. Do you have to pay, are you paying people hourly or salaries in this department?
Well, regardless, anyone who's even an hourly employee is paid on a salary average. So rather than paying them hourly and based on the number of days they work in a particular pay period, we take the number of days they're going to work for the year, multiplied by the number of hours a day they work, and then we average that over the 20 pays for the year. So that's why there's little fluctuation. The changes in the salary is substitutes, typically.
Fair enough. Thank you.
You got it.
Brian? So I was just thinking too, and we talked about it a few months ago, to move forward with the air conditioning projects at Central School and Allenwood School come the summer, I thought we were going to talk about going out to bid, right, in January?
Yes.
So is that something we could have for the next meeting? Because,
It's in Thursday's paper. It's
Oh,
going to be advertised
oh,
in
okay.
Thursday's paper.
okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure, because last year, you know, we did it, we moved the meeting up, and we did everything we were supposed to do, and then production got messed up, so I want to make sure that,
Well, two things. One, last year, two major manufacturers, one being Trane,
Right.
stopped production and
Yeah.
moved their
Plant.
manufacturing plant. So they are going to be manufacturing. Our engineer had checked that. However, the plans and specifications, I met with them over the break, reviewed them, and he provided the advertisement, and we provided it to the paper, and it'll be in the CoStar and the Asbury Park Press on Thursday. We have a pre-bid meeting scheduled, and we have the bid date set for prior to the Board of Education meeting in February, so that it could be awarded in February, with the idea that it gives plenty of time, plenty of lead time to receive equipment for the summer, for work in the summer.
first day of summer vacation, that's the goal.
Understand?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you for bringing that up. Transportation facility update, you know, we're still pursuing, locating a transportation facility at the airport. As been discussed in the past, development, or preparation of a lease. Currently, that lease is in the hands of the airport, and we're expecting to receive the lease back with whatever conditions or updates they're providing by the end of this week. So hopefully we'll have further updates at the 21st meeting with regard to the status of the lease at the airport. And one other comment that I'll add, we are currently located on Old Mill Road. On that property, there doesn't appear to be any current development occurring at that location, so we may have the option, possibility to remain there for another year. If it is anticipated there's not going to be any development that would cause us to move during the course of the year. And the third option is we still have the Howell Shared Service Agreement on the table that we can go to. However, with regard to Howell, if we're going to look to move, that would have to be done over the summer. There are capital improvements that would need to be made there, which with the airport still in progress, we're not looking to move forward with any improvements at the Howell location at this time. Questions, comments?
Yes, that water line that they were putting in there, has that all been completed over at Howell?
It's not been completed. Howell has been informed by the company that they will be done at the end of April.
And we can't do anything there anyway until that gets completed?
Not necessarily. We can't move there until that's completed, but if there's certain improvements, like if we're going to bring, like if we're going to put in utilities, or we're going to have to make some modifications, I don't think they're going to be related to where the water company is working. It's more, we're not going to put any funds toward any improvements there if we're still going to have the opportunity to relocate to the airport, or if we decide that we're going to hold off another year and stay where we are on Old Mill Road. Okay. With regard to the 2020, 2021, I'm going to say 2020 correctly, I've been corrected. Annual school budget, the current status, I provided you the tentative budget calendar for review, for discussion. The current status, we've opened up the budget projection module. The building and department administrators are currently working on their particular line items, on their budgets, and entering their information. It is anticipated that that information should be received or entered into the system by the end of this week. We'll continue to have dialogue with those administrators, and there'll be changes and updates with them ongoing, probably into next week. We have imported the salaries for the staff into the budget projection module for next year. One of the benefits of having a settled contract with the WTEA is the salaries for all staff members that are in the WTEA are set. So they get imported. We just will review them, make adjustments as necessary. We will import the salaries of non-rep and members of the WTASC into the budget. They'll be entered into their with their current year salaries because there is no contract for next year or settled contract for next year, and then we'll put projections on in particular accounts to account for anticipated salary increases. That's all ongoing. We're reviewing capital projects, the building departments, the school buildings and departments. We work with a shared doc where they look to prioritize or identify projects that they would like to see included in the budget. That's going to be, like I indicated earlier, something that's going to be in discussion in conjunction with the architect and the funding of the long-term plans of the facility condition assessment. But that'll be discussed further as we go through the process. So with regard to the budget calendar, it was tentative only partly because of one with regard to the resolution of board meetings for 2020. But as indicated, the budget program was opened up to the buildings and departments on December 9th. We anticipate that information being entered by the end of this week. I've tied in all the dates, and we can have a budget discussion at every workshop, as well as the business meetings. But in addition to that, I've added 3 budget-only workshop meetings. In February, it's in bold, February 25th. The notice of state aid, last year it didn't come until the first week in March. By statute, it should be here February 20th. The budget address is on the third Tuesday, which is the 18th. We're supposed to get 48 hours later. It would be February 20th, but there may be a delay. First year it was a 2-week delay. Last year it was a 1-week delay, so we'll see. So budget-only workshop meeting February 25th, March 3rd, and then another one on March 25th. The 2 deadlines that we have, or the most significant dates that we work toward, is the board meeting on March 17th, because we have to submit a tentative budget to the Department of Education by March 20th. So the board will be asked on the 17th to approve a tentative budget. And then that tentative budget is submitted to the Department of Education, reviewed and approved. And then the next significant date, obviously, is the date of the public hearing, which will set the range of dates. April 28th is a Tuesday. That should fall within the dates. I would update it if it does not, but it is fully anticipated that that would be the public hearing on the budget and the board's final vote or vote on the final budget. Any questions on the budget calendar or anything on the budget at this time? We convene F&F on the 21st of January.
Okay. So added item onto our agenda, so 14A. I need a motion to approve the calendar for meetings for next year, 2020.
So moved.
Oh, you read them out? Okay. Yep, sorry.
And the only thing I would add, because we discussed, if everyone's okay with the budget-only workshop meetings, is I would include them in this resolution, and then
Okay.
post it, so we don't have to advertise them separately. And if we choose that, we don't necessarily need them, we could always cancel them.
Okay.
This way we can-
Okay. Do you want to read them?
Yeah, I'll read the resolution.
Okay.
Act is the law of the state of New Jersey and provides for public notice to be given pursuant to certain requirements concerning meetings of the Board of Education of the Township of Wall. Therefore, be it resolved that the Wall Township Board of Education sets the following meeting schedule, and these are all for 2020. I'll differentiate. January 21st is a workshop. January 28th, business meeting. February 11th, workshop. February 18th, business meeting. February 25th and March 3rd will be budget-only workshop meetings. March 10th will be a workshop meeting. March 17th, business meeting. March 25th will be a budget-only workshop meeting. April 14th, workshop meeting. April 21st, business meeting. May 5th, workshop meeting. May 12th, business meeting. June 9th, workshop meeting. June 16th, business meeting. July 14th, workshop meeting. July 21st, business meeting. August 18th, workshop meeting. August 25th, business meeting. September 15th, workshop meeting. September 22nd, business meeting. October 13th, workshop meeting. October 27th, business meeting. November 10th, workshop meeting. November 17th, business meeting. December 8th, workshop meeting. December 15th, business meeting. And the reorganization meeting will be scheduled for January 5th, 2021. And this will be approved tonight. It will be posted on the website tomorrow. Be further resolved that the meetings will be held at the Wall Intermediate School and will commence at 6:30 p.m. to allow the board to meet in executive session, which is not open to the public prior to the public session of the meeting, which starts at 7:30 p.m. Be further resolved that the purpose of the executive session from 6:30 to 7:30 is to discuss confidential matters per statute or court order, impact rights to receive federal funds, unwanted invasion of individual privacy, collective bargaining, acquisition of real property, or investment of funds, public safety procedures, litigation or contract matters or attorney-client privilege, personnel matters, imposition of penalties upon an individual. Be further resolved that the purpose of the public session shall be for the normal conduct of business of the Board of Education and any other items brought to the board's attention by any board member, superintendent, business administrator, board secretary, and/or board attorney. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the board secretary is authorized to advertise and announce such meetings as prescribed by law.
So with that, we've had discussions over the last several months. Do we want to change the 6:30 time to 6:15? Allow 15 additional minutes for work, executive session?
I would be in favor of that. I know it's a little bit earlier, but we've been going over on executive session.
Right. Adam, what do you think?
I can make that happen.
Joe? Yeah, I can be here. Christine? Yeah? Russell? Sure. Good? Adam, or Andy? Good? Okay. So could we change that to 6:15?
Absolutely.
Perfect.
Did we make a motion already?
Not yet. All right. So at this time, could I have a
Maybe I'm gonna do it real slow. How's that?
could I have a motion to
So moved.
approve this calendar? Motion. Could I have a second? Second. Any discussion? Roll call, Mr. Smythe.
Mr. Garz?
Yes.
Mr. Hall? Yes. Mr. Krupa?
Yes.
Ms. Mangan?
Yes, but can I have it noted that on April 14th I will be away?
Mr. Nasser?
Yes, and I think actually the 21st I'll be away, but
We'll worry about that then.
yeah.
Mr. Sanfilippo?
Yes.
Mr. Wondrak? Yes. Ms. Stites? Yes. Mr. Anizio?
Yes. Okay. All right, public comment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ralph, can I just make one
Yeah,
quick
sure.
comment? So I just wanted to say a couple things on superintendent search. And there is a timeline that is now up on the webpage, so I invite people to go up there. You'll find it under the Board of Education link, and you'll also find it on the right side of the page. You might scroll down just a little bit under news. So there's two different spots where you can find that. That's going to be a living and breathing document as things go. Also, a couple things. Board of Education will be meeting with SEA on the 14th individually, and also on January 16th, they're going to come in and they're going to, speak to folks within the district, and also at 7:45, that is almost 100% at this point in time, but I'm pretty sure it's 7:45 is going to be the public meeting. So it's going to be here at the intermediate school, and that's going to be from 7:45 to like 8:30 30th or so, and that's for stakeholders within the community to come. So we're going to try to, put that out on the website and also put that out on Facebook and a number of other different, places in the newspaper, so we can advertise for that.
Thank you. Anybody else? Anything? No? Okay. Public comment, please come up to the microphone and state your name and where you're from.
Betsy Cross, I live in Wall Township. I just want to ask Ralph, I may go over the 5 minutes, so is there a way to go over? It doesn't look like we got a big crowd here.
We have executive session after this.
I know. So,
Well,
in
why don't-
case I go over, I want to know if I probably need like 7 minutes, because I wrote a lot of things down here for
Well,
the things
why-
that you
why
went
don't
over.
you start? How about that?
I know, but if I get cut off and I don't get to
Okay,
something.
We're wasting
Yes
time.
or no, Ralph? Just one or the other.
Then no.
Okay. On that Future Education Academy, could you go over the no's? You didn't go over any no's on that, and I know I said no on that, so if you could go over that. Mr. Gortz had good questions on that. Before we keep opening up all these academies, we really have to have the numbers better. There's that Finance and Facilities Committee that I know, congratulations, Christine, for being on the board. I think she's going to be a great addition. And we spoke outside earlier, and I'm going to send her all the outstanding questions that I have from the board. So hopefully she can jump right in on those. Christine was on that Finance and Facilities Committee as a PTO person or outside person. I'd like to be on that committee now that you didn't pick me on the board. So I have asked to be on it before. I think you just have a lot of PTO people on it. As a taxpayer who's been going to meetings for 10 years, I'd like to be on it. Minutes should be posted before the meetings. We've gone over this before. You should really try to get them up the 2 days before. You should also get the agendas up. We shouldn't be changing the agendas 3 times in a particular day. Could you go over the bids for the request for the investigation for the Central School trailers? Ralph, it's been very confusing. You've been telling me that there's no investigation. You hear me saying that there is an investigation, and now you just sent me back an email last week that you can't comment because there's an investigation. So could we go on the record tonight? Is there an investigation? And if there is an investigation, who is doing it and who knows besides the people sitting up here? Because the public should need to know if there is an investigation going on and who is doing it. When are you getting bids to remove the trailers? We've been talking about it. When are we getting the bids? And then if you're going out for bids again, you had the retired judge you were going to hire for $4.50 an hour. If you're going out for new bids, if you could let us know when that is. I think Ralph has a big conflict of interest on so many issues. I'm not sure he should actually be the president. I see he signed the settlement agreement with the teacher involved in the yearbook issue. I don't think he should be signing any agreements with teachers. It's a conflict. That's why he can't be on the WTEA. So he shouldn't be involved in those discussions. There's 3 counts that are still in the Monmouth County court system for the teacher, and Mr. Adenizio should not be involved because it's a conflict. So that should be on the record. Just like he shouldn't have been here looking at the documents for the superintendent search. So when you're asking people the question, what happens when somebody asks you something confidential, we have it going on here. And it can't be happening, and it shouldn't be happening for the president. He can't vote on 85% of the budget. On your Oprah requests, $15,000, that was a bargain for my requests, the majority of them. Some people put in requests and you don't post them. And also, who does Mr. Smythe report to for the custodian of records? Because he said he gave me a very important Oprah, and he didn't. And it was from the OFAC, Office of Fiscal and Accountability and Finance. He said he gave it to me December 20th when he didn't. And Mr. Adenizio thinks it's okay that he can say he gave it to me when he didn't and have a wrong date on it. So who does Mr. Smythe report into? Because in your organizational chart, the Board of Custodian of Records reports into nobody. So I don't know if I have to report that. but you really have to get a handle on that. He just can't be saying he's returning things when he's not. So let us know when you knew about the investigation, Mr. Adonisio, because in November you didn't seem to know about it, but meanwhile on October 24th, he's talking with OFAC, giving documents on the trailers. I have one important document on the trailers, and a number of these documents I have given in, and one of them has to do with financing $1.4 million that you didn't have approval from, Mr. Smythe, from the DOE. So I'm going to give it to Ms. Stites, and then hopefully she can follow up with the board, because nobody on the board is getting back on this particular question. There's no project number. Money was borrowed, and the state didn't even know. So it's a big problem.
Ms. Cross, your time is up. Thank you.
And then want
Ms.
to
Cross,
mention
your
about,
your time is up. Thank you.
I want to mention that
Your
the
time is up. Thank you.
$4,500
up.
for the
Thank you.
students.
Your
I
time
want
is
to talk
up.
about
Thank
my
you.
son for a second. Will you
Well,
let me talk
your
about
time
it?
is up. Thank you.
You won't let me talk about
No,
my
I
son?
will not.
The
Thank you. Your time is
$4,500
up.
should be found
Ms. Cross, your time is up. Thank you.
for the
Your time is up.
students
Thank you.
that got into
Happy
the
New Year.
Arts
Thank you.
Academy.
Thank you.
All right, so can you
Could I have
answer
a
my
motion to go
questions?
into executive?
Answer my questions that I just asked.
We will have an update on the trailers at our next business meeting. And
Is there an investigation?
anybody else for public comment? Seeing none, could I have a motion for executive session? And when we come back, no action will be taken. Motion by Mr. Rondra, could I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.